Thanks. Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome again to the EASA premises here in Cologne, or for those of you who are following us online, to this event, to this implementation event. I think the word is implementation is extremely important. That's really the first time I'm addressing you in my new capacity as Executive Director of this agency, which I joined around April. But actually, this crowd seems a bit familiar to me, and I'm going just a bit off script to share with you my first impression, in the sense that I was part of the few team and together with some other colleagues from the European Commission in the office of the Commissioner. It was something like 8 years ago when the whole story started to kick in Europe. At that time, we were working on terminology like U-space and so on. And to me, it's very impressive, the work that has been accomplished over the last 8 years in this domain. I mean, we have done a lot together. It's been a lot of work, obviously, performed by the agency, but as well by the entire community to implement what is known today as the EU Drone Strategy 2.0, to work as well on the implementation of the EASA basic regulation provision in relation to UAS. I think we have to contemplate all this work done as a success. I will say that the only part, and maybe that will be for later in the discussion, which is a bit, in my view, lagging behind compared to the expectation we had at that time back 8 years ago, is the pace of the market uptake, which is somehow slower than what we expected. We have today an ecosystem that is in place, or if not in place, that is really getting mature, but we don't yet have the level of operations that we were expecting at that time. So I think this is typically something that I would expect is reflected during this Innovative Air Mobility Implementation Forum. Maybe you are familiar with this type of format as a today's event in EASA. We apply that for other domains, but I think this is the first time it is being applied to the drone activity. That's really part of the duties of the agency, to make sure we have a place where we can disseminate information, where we can as well collect and hear from the different stakeholders in terms of best practices, but as well in terms of the difficulties you might be facing in terms of implementing the regulation. And this is valid both for the industry and for the authorities. And this is really the purpose of the format that has been established during those 2 days, to be able to give you, and that will be mainly this morning, some information about what's going on from our perspective, from the perspective of the European Commission, from the perspective of authorities and industry, and then to I would say, be more in a kind of workshop format to exchange, to highlight priorities, to highlight difficulties, and this is what is going to happen in the upcoming 2 days. This is a collective effort. The implementation of the drone strategy highlighted that already. So we did not prepare this 2 days in isolation. It's been done with a number of associations. So I want to highlight their contribution in helping us to shape this event. First of all, the Alliance for New Mobility Europe, AME. We worked as well with the Association of European Aerospace Security and Defense Industry, ASD, with Drone Alliance Europe, DAE, with Global UTM Association, GUTMA, with the Joint European Drone Association, JEDA, and finally, of course, with the UAS focal point in the national aviation authorities. And I really want to warmly thank all of them for helping us to put this together. Without going into a lot of detail, we wanted to give you a kind of flavor of what has been accomplished by the agency over the last few months. So instead of having a very long speech, we have put together a short video. It's about 3 minutes, and it's aiming at waking you up a little bit as well. So please, if we can share the video. It's always at this time when we have to find something to say. Yes, here it is. Okay, so just again to give you a flavor of what has been done, I have to thank really the team here at EASA who has worked on all those components. I must say that not only they are competent, committed, and motivated, but they are kind of passionate about it as well, which is it's good in a domain which is ramping up like this. I just wanted to come back on a few highlights of this video, maybe starting in the domain of open and specific category, where we are still quite busy supporting the development of standards for the CE marking and making sure that we are as well providing support to the industry to place compliant drones on the EU market. We are as well transposing some of the new risk assessment methodologies, the SORA 2.5, into the drone regulation. We have published a number of means of compliance to help UAS operators and manufacturers to demonstrate compliance with the operational and technical requirements, including in particular the special condition for light UAS. We are preparing as well some improvement to the regulation for 2025 and 2026. This is based actually on the feedback that we have already received, and that's why it's important that we exchange during those 2 days to really prioritize and properly aggregate, I would say, this feedback. We are also conducting for the first time inspection of the member states to standardize the implementation of the UAS regulation. We are finalizing design verification reports for several drone models. Obviously, in this domain, we continue to support member states and industry with the resources we have, with certain priorities that we have to define. We don't want to define those priorities alone, so this is really something we have to do with you as well. And finally, one important point I wanted to highlight as well, safety promotion in this domain. It's as well really part of the, the component we have to deliver together. We have as well to collect information from that standpoint, we are really kind of beefing up our game in relation to how we promote safety, including in this new emerging domain. Moving to the area of UAS in the certified category and manned eVTOL, same thing, a couple of highlights. The regulation, as you know, that enables the initial innovative air mobility operations, including urban air mobility, were adopted by the European Commission very early this year. I think it was in February. It will enter into force in May next year. So that's already a major achievement from that standpoint. We have as well at the agency level subsequently delivered on the mandate from the European Parliament and from the European Commission on what is known as the IAM Hub, which is a technical platform. It's composed of a number of modules. Some of those modules in particular, the ones related to the dissemination of information to local communities, to operators, some modules related to the statistical data, the list of drones as well that can be used in Europe. All these modules are already available since July this year. And the project was extended for another period of 2 years. This means that the new modules that are envisaged will progressively come into place. One call from my side on that standpoint, you have to help us to promote this platform because it's a good tool when you look at it, but today it's not widely used and it's probably not used enough to really get the added value out of it at the end of the day. Moving to the domain of U-space, there's been a considerable amount of support work that has been provided by the agency from that standpoint. We've done as well the first implementation survey from the member states. That's the phase prior to the standardization audits, and that's really something that is helping us to identify the trends, the key issues, the priorities for the subsequent standardization inspections. Those inspections are about to start with 2 member states this year, and there will be 3 member states that will go through this inspection next year in 2025. In addition, we continue the certification of the first U-space service provider organizations. We are holding discussion as well with the member states on suitable approach for the certification of the so-called SCISP, thanks for the acronym, the Single Common Information Service Providers. I had difficulties as well in my previous life to pronounce this one, so it's not getting better here. Of course, for the U-space service provider. So we are collecting input as well for the update of the AMCs and guidance material that will be carrying it out in 2025. It is part of the EPAS that is today in consultation, and we believe we will secure that for 2025. And finally, we are supporting a number of workshops in relation to these activities, whether it is in Europe and as well through some cooperation with other regions. Then maybe one topic which is not so visible, the subject of counter UAS. This is taking quite some importance, as you know, in Europe. We are reporting on the development of our action plan. We don't do a lot of publicity around it, but we work quietly in the background from that standpoint. We have completed almost all the actions which are within our remits, And now we are really remaining with the establishment of the regulation for mandatory occurrence reporting, which will be applicable to UAS operators as well as to U-space service providers. And from that standpoint, we are working basically in supporting the Commission on this particular regulation. Beyond all this, I would say that we still inject quite some work with the rest of the community on the development of standards at EuroCAE. I've mentioned as well the activities in relation to the support to workshops and dissemination events. We work as well closely with ICAO, with the respective panels from that standpoint. I mean, the idea is that what we are doing in Europe should be somehow promoted around the world to become a worldwide standard. That's as well a way to promote not only what we do, but as well the industry and the entire ecosystems that we are trying to put together. So I won't be much longer to explain all what has been achieved. You will come back on that. The purpose of this workshop is really, again, to reflect upon these achievements, to make sure that we continue to work closely together, that we listen to you, whether, again, you are authorities or industry in terms of the difficulties that you are facing to implement the regulation, but as well to develop and grow the market, to come up with concrete use cases in this particular environment. One thing that I wanted to highlight is that we have a very dedicated team, but we have a rather small team. And the resources that we have at EASA are, of course, as anywhere else, within certain limits. So we have to prioritize. This is as well an area, and that's maybe my personal expectation, if you reflect later on this short introduction. That's my expected takeaway from those 2 days, that you really help us to shape the priorities, to make sure that with the resources which are available, we make the best usage of them for the sake of the implementation of the regulation, for the sake as well of making sure that we do that in a safe, in a structured manner all across Europe. We are very committed at EASA. I want to reiterate this as my conclusion, to supporting the drone strategy 2.0, to supporting the initiatives from the European Commission in this domain and the future priorities. And of course, we are going to do our best. But again, we have to act within these limited resources, hence the prioritization exercise. So that's a very good transition to close this introductory statement and to give the floor to Filip Cornelis, the Director of Aviation at the European Commission, who will talk us through about the implementation of the drone strategy, or the EU Drone Strategy 2.0, as well as maybe the upcoming priorities of the Commission in this particular domain. Thank you very much, and Filip, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Florian. And thank you very much for inviting me today to say a few words on behalf of the European Commission on all the work that you are doing and we are doing together between us and, of course, also with the industry in this new domain of aviation. And indeed, you were recalling, Florian, that we have been working on this for quite some years. I think it goes back actually to 2015 when we did a first very modest communication on unmanned aviation and drones that outlined some of the challenges and opportunities that this area presented. We then followed up with a whole chapter in the new EASA basic regulation that was adopted in 2018. We're dealing with unmanned aviation. It was the first time we set out the basic rules for safety and operations there. It was a big topic of discussion also, I remember, with European Parliament, who saw on the one hand the opportunity of this new domain, but was also very much focusing on the safety aspects and security aspects. But this EASA basic regulation, that is, for those of you who are not so familiar, is the constitution of EASA. It's the constitution of European safety rules, and it doesn't contain itself very detailed or specific provisions, but it allows us then to develop a whole body of necessary rules and regulations. But I want to say upfront, from the start in this domain, we have looked at rules and regulations not in a restrictive way, but in an enabling way. Of course, they are about securing safety and security, but we always had in mind that we should not be heavy-handed on this new domain where there are many players who are not necessarily very familiar with the way things are done in aviation regulation. So that's why we are using new techniques such as CE marking that was also shown on the little movie. It's just one example. So that was really the attitude we've had, and we have put in place since then rules for drone operations and technical requirements. We have the framework for U-space, as Florian was recalling. Just this spring, we adopted the VTOL legislative package covering operation requirements for manned air taxis. And by the way, I just read that FAA today probably will announce also a rule on air taxis, just to show how things are moving forward around the world. And this one that was adopted this year is really, I think, taking us that next step towards more complex operations and services to really transport goods and passengers in a serious way, and in a way that we nowadays call innovative air mobility, moving away a little bit from the word drones. As I said, these rules prioritize safety, but they are also there to support the industry, to allow it to create an environment in which this industry can develop and invest. And we are gradually moving into higher risk drone categories, larger vehicles, and more complex operations. You know that we are currently after the European elections that took place a few months ago. We are really in a transition phase in the EU, in the European Commission, putting in place the next European Commission that will be led by Mrs. von der Leyen, who was already president in the last mandate. But the commissioners are currently being designated, and they will have a hearing in the European Parliament in the month of November before they can be confirmed and before the European Commission can actually start its mandate. And I'm, together with my colleagues and my Director General, very busy these days to brief our new commissioner, or unlikely new commissioner designate, Mr. Tzitzikostas, on aviation matters. And I can tell you he's very interested and he's very keen. Also because in the new political guidelines that Mrs. von der Leyen published back in July, there is a very interesting new development from our perspective. And from the perspective of the aeronautical industry, which is that the Green Deal, that was the big headline policy of the last European Commission, has now been enlarged and expanded with an industrial dimension. So now we're going to work on what is called a clean industrial deal. So that will be a policy program that will combine the need and the opportunity of greening our economy with an industrial opportunity, notably to produce the products and systems of the future, digital products and systems that will allow industries, different industries to green. So there is this big new emphasis on industrial renewal, on staying ahead when it comes to innovation. I want to refer also to the Draghi report that you have probably heard about, that was produced at the request of Mrs. von der Leyen and the European Council, heads of state and government, where he makes a very almost dark prediction for Europe, showing how we are starting to lag behind in a very serious way compared to the United States and China. And how we are really in a period where Europe's, not Europe's existence, but Europe's place in the world as a leading and prosperous region is under threat if we are not able to pull up our socks and become better at innovating and translating innovations into industrial products and services. So, and it's also about resilience, defense, autonomy, strategic autonomy. We've also seen with the war or the wars that are ongoing, how vulnerable we are in our supply chains to the rest of the world and also for services. So we need to do more ourselves and do it better and be out there ahead with technology. Now, aeronautics, of course, is one of the areas in Europe where we are still ahead, together with the United States. But we are really ahead in the world when it comes to aircraft systems, ATM systems, and almost everything. And we need to do the same in this domain of unmanned aviation. And I mentioned the FAA already. In Americans, Chinese are moving ahead at high speed. I was also just again in the last 24 hours reading about one Chinese manufacturer that's going to put on the market a large cargo drone in the coming years. So things are happening around us, and it's really our challenge and our opportunity to stay ahead. So against that background, and actually a little bit before, because 2 years ago, we adopted a document called Drone Strategy 2.0. And there the idea really was, okay, we've put in place those first enabling regulations on the vehicles, on the operations, on navigation. And then we thought, okay, what's next until the end of this decade? And we had put together a group of stakeholders. I think some of you here might actually have been a member of that group. I was also suggested already this morning that maybe we should reconvene that group to see how things are going. Perhaps we should indeed do that. So we came up with this Drone Strategy 2.0 with 19 flagship actions from our side, together with EASA, obviously, and the member states to continue to build that enabling environment. And things are moving ahead, because today we already have nearly 1.7 million drone operators registered across the EU. More than 1 million remote pilot certificates have been issued. So it does show that there is something bubbling in our society and our economy as well. So those 19 flagship actions, that's really what we are focused on now in the coming years, together with EASA and other partners, to foster the growth of the sector, both when it comes to technological innovation and any adjustments we need to make in our regulations to make sure that we can continue to build that safe, efficient, and sustainable drone ecosystem. One focus, of course, will be the implementation of U-space across European cities, and this will, of course, also be a big topic, I think, in today's and tomorrow's event. We really need to see implementation here in a harmonized way, in a simple way, and we need close coordination between all actors on different levels, European, national, and local. We have a network of U-space implementation stakeholders that meets 3 times a year. Last month they met in Vilnius, and the next meeting will be in January in Brussels. So if you're not yet a member of that group and you are planning to be active in U-space area, we do invite you to join that group. The Drones 2.0 strategy, 2.2 will be for later. 2.0 strategy also identifies measures such as European standard scenarios. I think you're all very familiar with that, predefined risk assessments. And the purpose of that, again, is to translate otherwise rather complex and multifaceted situations into more simplified approaches that allow easier compliance with safety rules, and also the development of predefined risk assessment is, in our view, an excellent springboard towards the adoption of those standard scenarios for most important types of operations. Now, a word on some accessory but still important aspects: societal acceptance. is one of them. It's of course crucial that people accept unmanned aviation in our societies, in our skies. EASA did a study that showed that actually most citizens are supportive of drone operations, particularly when they see what their use for society is. And when you take examples of healthcare, emergency services, people tend to be very supportive. But of course, there are still issues related to safety, security, noise, privacy, environmental impact that need to be on our mind as we go forward. And we need to keep people on board, including local authorities. And we see that cities are often very, very open and very much willing to be partners in this domain. Florian mentioned already the Innovative Air Mobility Hub. That I think is a very, very good initiative. I think it's supported by the European Parliament as well, as a platform for exchanging information, a one-stop shop on how to put in place U-space and operations. The second main objective of the drone strategy is to strengthen the EU's civil and defense industrial capabilities. And actually, now that we have these new political guidelines of the next Commission, I think we really hit the nail on the head there. Drones and drone management are a complex ecosystem of technology components, flight control systems, cyber-secure data links and connectivity, robust navigation. So clearly, this industry is a dual-use industry. And we are seeing how in the Russian war against Ukraine, how unmanned aviation and drones are taking on an ever more important role. And even the military, I think, are surprised to see how this is developing fast and how in Europe we actually need to catch up in this domain. So I expect and I hope that the defense sector in Europe will be keen to work together with the civil sector to make sure that we stay on top of these technologies and that we have the products and systems available. It's a big theme also in the political guidelines. We now will have a commissioner, a European commissioner for defense industry, defense and space, actually, also to show how these things go together. And my commissioner is keen on working together with that commissioner. For example, in this domain, we have already been preparing the ground with the European Defence Agency, with Eurocontrol and EASA, to find a common approach to set up an EU network of testing centers, joint civil defense drone testing centers. That's an important action among the flagships to promote, to the extent possible, harmonization between civil and military sectors. Clearly, the defense sector is critical as an early customer of dual-use unmanned systems. We see that in other jurisdictions, the United States, for example. They are much better at this, as we know, than we are in Europe. We need to build a healthy European manufacturing industry, also with the help of defense budgets and the military. Florian mentioned counter-drone measures. We are also thinking about aviation security rules. Obviously, for the moment, we don't see a need to develop specific aviation security rules other than the counter-drone systems. And a very specific initiative that we put in the Drones 2.0 strategy, which is the European Trusted Drone Label. So this is a label that we will develop together with our colleagues in the Interior Affairs, that would be granted to drones that operate in the open and specific categories, but that are ensuring a higher level of security and cybersecurity. For example, more secure communication links, secure identification, use of open source code, transparent software upgrades, or protection against GNSS spoofing. So this is something we are working on for the future, hoping to have some more news on this early next year. A word about research before I finish. We are also actively coordinating efforts to develop technologies in the areas of communication, navigation, surveillance, across various EU support programs, most notably the Horizon Europe program, that is the research program, but also the Connecting Europe facility that is more focused on building infrastructure in the transport domain. We are, of course, working with other Commission services on this very closely and trying to have an increased focus on making sure that we are able to go from research to actual deployment. We have had too many cases, and Florian, from your previous work on CESAR, you're familiar with that, where things get stuck in the so-called valley of death. And in Europe, we have difficulties to bring good ideas, good products to actual industrial production and to the market. So this will be a stronger focus also in the next European Commission, and maybe there will be more support money going to more advanced product development. In the past, there was always hesitation because then you start to support specific companies, specific products, and you get into the domain of state aid and distortion of competition. But I think there's a realization now that this is actually needed to cross the valley of death and avoid that we in Europe are producing a lot of good ideas and then somebody else is running off with the industry and the production, for example, in China. We also try to support small and medium-sized enterprises through various so-called accelerator programs like EIC, EIT, and Cassini. And we try to connect investors and project developers via the InvestEU portal. Hopefully, and I think in the future, we'll try to simplify those mechanisms that it's easier to navigate them and to find your way around. We also convinced the European Investment Bank to be active in unmanned aviation to provide advisory services. We also in the future, and I think in this European Commission, when we're talking about staying on top in terms of innovation, of course, we cannot not speak about artificial intelligence. I think there will be a lot of interest to support projects and developments to build more autonomous systems and system components. We will need that to deal with high traffic volumes in the future. It's something that can start in the domain of unmanned aviation and then trickle up into air navigation in general to make sure that we modernize ATM in a digital way with the help of AI. We have now a European AI Act, and EASA actually has also already started to apply these principles of the AI Act to the aviation sector. And the plan is to adopt a new AI legislative framework, including for drones by 2026. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we navigate this complex drone ecosystem, we need to make sure that our common rules are fit for purpose, that we meet the needs of the industry at the right moment, with the right approach that allows things to develop, allows companies to innovate, allows SMEs to be active in this space, but of course at the same time maintaining the highest safety standards. And to leverage advancements in technologies that are developed elsewhere, artificial intelligence I mentioned, battery technologies, etc., that we can then put to good use in aviation. We also need to work, of course, at the level of ICAO, share our experience, make sure that global rules are fitting our purposes as well. And then we have the potential, with the right framework, regulatory framework, with the right state of mind of the industry, to build a market that could reach a value of 14.5 billion euros by 2030. That's the estimation we produced for the Drones 2.0 strategy, with an annual growth rate of over 12% between now and then, and with a promise of 145,000 new jobs by 2030. Now, trying to be a pioneer in a rapidly evolving sector, it's not easy. It comes with challenges and risks. We need the industry to follow, we need demand to follow, we need the services to be out there and the services to get customers. That's really, I think, our challenge going forward, and I hope that today's and tomorrow's event we can also reflect on what it takes, what it will take to have a wide uptake, to have a lot of customers for the services that you are building and the products that you are developing. We definitely want to be a partner there, as we have been almost for 10 years together with EASA. We need the industry to take a proactive role. We cannot do the work for them. We can only create an environment. But of course, please be with us and tell us where we can be helpful, where we need to make adjustments in the framework, the regulatory framework, where we can support financially or in any other way, so that we can, as Europeans, at least in this sector, develop the products and keep them for ourselves, build the industry, and support our economy with new innovative services. Thank you for your attention.
Now we've heard a bit from the EASA side. We've had also some input from Filip on the wider political picture. We're now going to go through a series of speakers from NAAs and from industry who are going to tell us a little bit about this whole subject from their aspect. First up, we're going to look at Belgium, which is a country which is very active in the UAS and U-space ecosystem. And for this, I'd like to welcome Cornelis, who is the DGCA for Belgium and also the chair of the EASA Management Board. Good, you. Okay, I think for those online, he's just getting the, what do you call this thing where you move the slides on? That. I suggest also, if anybody wants to play with the little tray on the table, then this could be a good moment to do it if you want to try to build that up. So. Good, welcome.
Thank you. I'll try to move the slides with voice control and see whether it works or not. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you. When I was asked by EASA to give an overview of the challenges and the lessons learned from a U-space implementation, well, a quite extensive list popped up to mind. My staff and myself are probably able to talk about this for an entire day, but rest assured, I won't. I will try to keep within the limits of the time given to me. I'll talk about a number of issues. The first one will be the ARA, the Airspace Risk Assessment, and the challenges that we had on this. Then the certification of CISP and USSP, the UAS operations and the challenges that we faced, and the US industry in Belgium and their challenges. Okay. When we started the implementation of U-space, we started, I'd say, bottom up. We started not from a global concept, but we started from a project, the Birdie project. And you see all the partners here shown in the slide. This is a European project which we use as a pilot to introduce U-space. It's a project in the harbor of Antwerp. Why do we use it as a pilot? Well, it's concrete. It has real business cases. And for us as a CAA, it's relatively safe. If a drone ditches in the water or hits a boat, well, quite frankly, I don't care. But at least I don't have fatal accidents, and that's comfortable if you want to experiment. By the way, when I talk about we implemented and so on, I'm not only referring to the Belgian CEA. By the way, I want to congratulate my staff for the enthusiasm with which they do this project, but I also refer to the Port of Antwerp-Bruges and all the other partners, because the implementation of U-space in Belgium is a collaborative issue and not something done by the CEA itself. So first topic is the airspace risk assessment. Basically, we did this in 2 phases. The first phase is risk assessment on a piece of airspace that is restricted but uncontrolled. Why did we do it in 2 phases? Well, the other part of the airspace is a part of the airspace of the airport of Antwerp, so controlled. And that was more difficult to do. So we started with the uncontrolled zone, and then we moved to the controlled zone. And doing this in an iterative way, we developed also a compliance matrix for future ARAs. So we are learning, and we are progressing, and we are making a canvas that we can use further on. But one of the lessons that we learned is that you need this coordination mechanism before you can move on. You have to have a talk with the stakeholders. So during the exercise to come to an ARA, we did put into place a coordination mechanism. And basically, this coordination mechanism, what's important, what's the message that I want to give? Well, it's done in different phases. And what seems to work, at least at the Belgium side, is our approach not starting with a general session, but approaching every stakeholder group separately. So we talk to the environmentalists, we talk to the industry, and again, I mean the consortium, not only the BCAA, and that's important to mention. And we talked to each group separately, we educated them, we explained, we projected our plans, we listened to them, and there was a close collaboration. And only after we consulted each of these groups separately, then we organized a global session. And the global session was called the Joint Working Session, and that's something that took place the 16th of October, so it's quite recent. As I said, these joint working sessions was organized by the Port of Antwerp-Bruges, coordinated by Vasilis. And we had a real good talk with all the stakeholders. They were already informed, so we didn't need to take time for the very basic explanations. All of that was done. We could go to the essence of the project, explain what we were going to do, listen, and so on. And it was a good experience. We could talk about specific questions, identify concerns, deal with it. And at the end of the meeting, we noticed that stakeholders came with new insights and that we could progress. As far as the content went of this exercise, there were 4 major issues that popped up. First was the protection of nature. As such, that was not an issue. Everyone is aware that you need to take care of nature. But where's the balance? Is there some scientific work that shows how many drones you can fly without intervening with, let's say, wildlife and so on? Another issue was U-space usage costs, especially for small operators. That's a concern. Flight authorization in U-space, will it lead to an additional administrative burden? And a cry for information. All of the stakeholders want more information, want to be kept informed as the project progresses. And then we did this, and we needed to translate this into a legal framework. Just 2 words, you have the consultation mechanism as such. That's something we could decide with a degree of the Director General. But the designation of U-space, that's done by the minister in Belgium. But it's not only developing these things, you have to translate it into legislation in one way or another. So, to finalize this part of the ARA, if you look at the challenges toward the future, well, there are 2 of them that pop up to mind. First, the terms and definitions are not always clear. A small example, The word proximity is used in different texts, but not always with exactly the same content. And there are a number of these issues that needs to be clarified in the future. This is typically for something that's developing, but we need to take care. And another issue for developing a risk assessment is the fact that we do not have historical data. We do not have databases that we can run through to check for the major risks, because we are not operating drones to that magnitude that we have sufficient data. So basically what we are doing now is looking at manned aviation and try to look at the lessons learned there and see whether we can transpose them to a drone environment. But it's vital that we construct a database with all the data so that we can move on with this risk assessment and base them on data from drones. Okay, so the next point I wanted to talk about was the certification of CISP and USSPs. As far as CISP is concerned, the Belgian government decided that the Belgian ANSP skies could become CISP. So what we did was we provided a model of compliance matrix, and then we started the process. The process was started at the third quarter of 2023. And what's important is we had very regular meetings. And it was a very, there was an iteration, and this was needed. Why was it needed? Well, none of us had experience with this process. So at the beginning, there was a huge gap between the expectations of the BSSA and the documents delivered to us. And so we went into discussion, we asked additional questions, they responded, and so on. And this was a real iterative process. And if you want to implement U-space, you have to take time for this. There are not examples that you can use off the shelf. It is an interaction between CAA and the possible candidates of CISP. Furthermore, when we were developing this certification, we noticed some additional questions popped up. For example, questions regarding commercial considerations, or questions like network identification services. Who should host this? Is it the CISP? Is it the USSP? These are questions that still need to be solved. So during the process, you will experience some additional questions that you will need to solve. Now, where are we in the process? I expect the final documentation to be delivered by the end of the month. And so I hope that we can perform the audits in the first quarter of 2025 so that we can assign skies as CISP quite soon. Lessons learned. You need to have regular meetings between the CAA and the candidate CISP. It's not a process where you ask the documents, they send it to you, you read them, and you say yes or no. That doesn't work at this stage. You need an interaction. You start from zero with no concrete examples. It hasn't been done before. So expect iterations of documents. Furthermore, there's a clear link between the risk assessment and the CISP certification. So you need to do them both. You cannot do one without the other, because some of the risks need to be dealt with by the CISP and vice versa. Furthermore, the Belgian CAA has limited manpower, as most of the organizations. So you have to do some expectation management. We can't cope with everything at once. We will need to do it step by step. But we are learning, and we are building up valuable experience at a fast pace, which, by the way, we are willing to share, and we are sharing already with the EASA. Similar story with the USSP certification. At this moment, we only have one candidate. Focus again is on the Birdie project, so bottom up again. We received a file for a batch of documents. We are reading them, high quality. But again, we have a number of questions that still need to be solved. So we posed a number of additional questions, and we expect an answer quite soon, and we will be able to make up a roadmap for the next month, and we are progressing here as well. What's important to mention is that we did this in close collaboration with EASA. There's a partnership between us and EASA. EASA supports us with knowledge and insights, but the other way around, we share our knowledge that we obtain with EASA as well, and we hope that it will help other countries in this process. For lessons learned, it's a bit too early. We're still in the middle of this process, but I can mention some challenges at least. And these challenges are more or less the same as with CISP. There are some questions about the regulation terminology that is not quite up to standards yet. And there are some changes, some choices that still need to be made, like network identification service, where does it belong? But there are a couple of other issues as well that still need to be decided upon. These are questions that we directed towards EASA quite recently, and we basically expect an answer very soon so that we can progress. Third topic, UAS operations. Just a map with the geozones, just to demonstrate that we are quite complex. Well, we are a small country with a lot of activity, and it shows. US operations, we have about 23,000 pilots in the different categories, which seems a lot, but if you know that we estimate that we have about 500,000 drones flying, that's too little. We have about 30,000 UAS operators, and about 600 of them are in the specific category. We approved 18 PDRAs, and we approved 35 SORAs, just to give you an idea of the size of our operations. But what I'm especially proud about is the BVLOS that we were able to organize in Belgium. There's, for example, a lot of companies are already flying BVLOS at the port of Antwerp. For example, we transport dangerous goods, being samples that we take from boats towards the lab with drones, and not sending someone by car who has to drive around the harbor to go to the laboratory, but also surveillance and things like that. And we could do this because we developed BVLOS enabled framework with a common structure and common rules, and it is applied. And for me, this is a kind of pre-U-space. It's a nice laboratory where we can experience and we can move on and build up knowledge. But we also have Droneport in Sint-Truiden. This is a facility where we can test a lot of things. And what is peculiar about this is situated at the airfield of Sint-Truiden. So we have a mix of civil and non-civil, civil and unmanned aviation at the same location. And there are some other, like for example, the European Maritime Surveillance Agency, who uses drones to inspect the North Sea. Well, this is all BVLOS in Belgium. The challenges. First challenge, when it comes to low-risk UAS operations, for some of them, they will need to write a SORA, and that's not always in balance. Often it's perceived as too heavy for low-risk operations. If you want to make photographs of a crane at 50 meters altitude, do you really need a full-fledged SORA to do this? Well, not sure. We do offer them some solutions. We do deliver guidelines. We do have something like a drone portal where they can upload information and so on. But we do think that we need more standard scenarios. It will help a lot. And again, we do think that we need to collect data in order to really assess the risks and to check which type of operations really require a substantial risk analysis, and for which type of operations we can limit ourselves to a rather limited set of risk assessments. But there are some other challenges as well. Limited resources, again, from our side. We cannot deliver the SORAS at the pace that we want to. For that reason, we attract companies to work with us. But there are also technological challenges. For example, applying to the MOC 2511 or 2512. But also other attention points, like for example, during the EMSA BVLOS flights, we noticed some some frequency interferences. So while you are experimenting, you come across some challenges that we need to solve at that point. But the greatest challenge is the last one. How to go from demo cases to a recurrent business. We do have nice projects, limited projects, they work, but they are not sufficient to sustain an industry. You need to move up, you need to upscale. And that's a challenge, because that means that you have to think globally and not on individual projects. So that's the next step for the UAS operations, and that's a real challenge. Last topic, and I will be quite brief. Our manufacturers, basically, they are keen to move on. They are keen to move to higher levels of sales, so higher safety assurance levels. But in order to do that, you need DVR verifications, you need certification of drones, you need the sales 456 authorizations, you need eVTOL certification. We are waiting. The industry is waiting. They are willing, they are investing. But now we need to make sure from the perspective of EASA and the perspective of CAA that we can create an environment where they can progress. And these are steps that we need to take. Challenges for the manufacturers. One of the challenges is that they are playing in a game with a moving target. You write a file based upon a certain policy based upon certain standards, but they tend to shift along the way. This is not something that is already stable. It changes, but that's a challenge, because you have written something with a certain standard, with a certain philosophy in mind, and along the way it shifts. And for an industry, for an industrial partner, this is a real challenge. So the sooner we can stabilize the environment, the better it is. Here and Florian mentioned this, we come across the limited capacity at EASA, which is normal. Every activity has its limits. But that means that these requirements that the industry needs take some time, and the industry is pushing. And then last but not least, we need test facilities. And I'm glad that Filip mentioned this as one of the 19 flagships of Europe. We do need space to experiment. Yes, you have the enlarged open category that you can use, but that's only limited. We really need some areas where we can test with drones, with larger drones, so that we can find out and experiment. So, about the near future, what's our challenge? Well, as I told you, we have test cases, we have demo cases, but we have fragmented local solutions, but that's not sufficient. We need to move up to an integrated vision, a strategy and an operational plan for Belgium. So move up from the small experiments up to a larger unity. And in order to do this, we focus on a number of challenges. The process of upscaling, as I told you. The financing, because there are still a lot of issues. Who is paying what, when, is not yet solved. There's a sense of urgency, and I would say not only from the industry, but also from the CISP, and there is also political urgency, and that means that the pressure towards the CEA is tremendous at some times. Acceptance by the general aviation community is another issue, and do not underestimate this. The questions that we get from general aviation on interference with drones. We need to solve this. And social acceptance, as mentioned by Florian and by Filip as well. So that's basically my presentation. And I have to say that I welcome those 2 days because a lot of things still need to be developed. And I'm quite willing and happy to exchange experiences with all of you so that we can progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Koen. Next, we're going to come to Andreas Boschen, who is the Executive Director of CESAR Joint Undertaking. Andreas can't actually be with us today, but he has sent a video input, which we're now going to see. He will be talking about how CESAR JU and the CESAR 3 program can generally contribute to U-space implementation.
Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry I can't be with you today, but I'm delighted to have this opportunity to say a few words about CESAR's work on drones and innovative air mobility. As you may know, U-space and the safe and secure integration of drones into our aviation and airspace ecosystem has been a major focus of CESAR research and innovation for many years. Through these activities, we have supported the development of the EU's regulatory framework for U-space, and now also innovative air mobility, or IAM. We are happy, therefore, to see that the first U-space rules are now in place, making the EU indeed a precursor in rulemaking for this emerging sector. And our work in support of U-space continues. As we speak, we are running several large demonstrator projects in Belgium, France, Italy, Spain and Ireland to scale up implementation in accordance with the EU regulatory framework. So these demonstrators are delivering important lessons, such as the relevance of including all stakeholders, including the non-aviation ones. And these projects bridge the gap between the end of research and the start of commercial services. Now, CESAR, we are looking at eVTOL operations too. And this, of course, supports EASA's IAM roadmap and certification approach. And all this happens in the context of the new European Air Traffic Management Master Plan. Our vision is to make Europe the most efficient and environmentally friendly sky to fly in the world by 2045. And this includes the integration of all types of new air vehicles. So it means it includes drones and IAM. The master plan looks both at the deployment of existing research results and at future development opportunities. And in fact, IAM is one of the 10 strategic deployment objectives to be rolled out by 2035. And IAM is central to our vision of the digital European sky. IAM will transform aviation through increased automation, impacting both the conventional air traffic and what we still call the new entrants. This new master plan, due for adoption in December this year, will drive this transformation forward. It aligns perfectly with the European Commission's drone strategy 2.0. But more research is still needed. We are exploring advanced U-space features, and we will launch a major call for proposals in 2025. Please stay tuned. Building a safe and commercially successful IAM system is a complex challenge, and we are really committed to addressing it. Of course, this requires collaboration. That's why we work hand in hand with EASA, Eurocontrol, and global partners like the FAA in the US, Japan, Korea, and others. We are also part of ICAO's AAM study group, where we are sharing our European U-space experience at the global stage. Now to sum up, CESA's research is key to creating a safe, integrated air traffic system that includes IAM. And the Air Traffic Management Master Plan guides this work and supports the Drone Strategy 2.0. Ultimately, we want that Europe stays at the heart of global developments. I wish you now a very fruitful conference, and I look forward to a bright future for drones and IAM.
We're switching now straight to Hamburg. Sorry, I had a bit of a glitch there with the video, as you could tell. We're moving now to look at Hamburg, and we're welcoming from HHLA, Niraj Bansai, who is the Chief Revenue Officer. HHLA, if you're not familiar with them, is an applicant to provide U-space services in the future airspace over the port of Hamburg. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So I think the first thing I want to start is by giving a big thanks to EASA. I don't think we ever really appreciate all the good work that the EASA is doing, because we always are looking for more perfection, but we never appreciate what we have. And I can actually say that because I come from a world of telecom. And when the 2G and the 3G and these things were starting, when the TDMA, CDMA systems were there, I know how unorganized the industry was, how unspecified the regulations were. And it took a lot of global effort to come together to bring the industry to a common standard. And over here, EASA has already done a great job of bringing a lot of those regulations and a common standard together. Yes, there is a lot of improvement to be done, and that is where today at HALA Sky, I will talk about what has been our experience and what can we do better. So a lot of people ask me, how do you say HALA? So it's actually, the name is HHLA, which is basically your Hamburger Hafen and Logistik. That is the full name of the company. It is the largest port, it's a port operator in the port of Hamburg. And HALA Sky is a subsidiary of the HALA Group, which is the port operator. We are actually in port of Hamburg. And we actually come from the world where we come from water to the sky. Because at the port of Hamburg, which is probably the third largest port of the Europe and among the top 20 ports of the world, it's actually a multimodal port. You have the train, you have the water, you have the road. And the only thing that was missing was sky. And that is where the birth of HALA Sky came in, where we started working with the drones. And we started thinking about how to bring the drones to a multimodal use so we can facilitate a lot of those transportations that will make it easy. And it's quite a big area, and everything is moving. It's a 24/7, 365 days a year operations. So if in all this complexity, we have to make sure safety and security is paramount. And that has been actually the DNA of how HALA Group has built its products. And we actually, that's why I've started focusing on the critical infrastructure. So as you can see, we are an ecosystem player, but the journey started with some of the different drones. You can see from X4, X11, we have the robotics, X25, in fact, is one of the drones being used in Sail 3 operations already in Germany. And then we have a VTOL, and then we have a drone base station. But having this complexity of different drone types, and with a different type of missions to be accomplished, it also meant the drone operators have to deal with complex controllers, or how do you manage this? Because this will be the real problem when they have to work with multiple drone types from multiple OEMs. And that made us create something what we call as an integrated control center, where it's one common software platform or a drone orchestration platform where you can manage the different drones from different drone manufacturers, but not only drones, also the robotics that are involved, all the IoTs, platforms that are needed to manage with it. But our approach in HALA Sky has been an open system, not a vertical integration, but a horizontal integration. That means you could have drones from anybody, integrate with a software, or our drones can work with any other drone platform as well. So it has to be a very open architecture, open system. Now, as we started building the integration control center, where we learned about from a UAS operations perspective, what are the challenges, what are the things to do, while we know the drone operations, we need to move to drone traffic management, because that is the most urgent thing in the port of Hamburg. How do you manage the airspace more efficiently to have safe operations? And that made us venture into building the UTM platform. And now with this, we understand the ecosystem, and then we are building the feature and functions to support the product in each category. So just to quickly highlight what a ICC is, because this goes into building the UTM platform, how we come to build a UTM platform. We actually have these drones, but we wanted to enable the traffic. Because if you don't even have a software to manage a traffic, there will not be any traffic in the skies. And if there are no traffic, there is no UTM needed. So how do you manage that? And that is where we created this. And there you can actually have hundreds of drones in parallel, operations in parallel. This is what we wanted to enable. We want to automate all the processes over there. We have the different OEMs. If we have our own drones integrated, but if there is a third-party drone integrated, yes, we can do that too. But above all of this, what was needed is also a cybersecurity, because although we heard this morning about the counter UAS thing, but what was needed was also a cybersecurity. So we have actually got a cybersecurity certification for our drones and our whole ICC as well, because this enables a safe and secure operation, especially with the government agencies, any critical infrastructure like the Port of Hamburg, we cannot work without it. So as we move into the safe skies, this is what you will see is our approach to U-space. So now, what is the role of HALA Sky? We have actually two roles. We have built a platform for UTM, which we plan to provide whoever wants to be a USSP. So because we have that software knowledge, we have built the platform, we have tested it, and the technology is verified, but we also plan to be a USSP as well in some of the places. So we'll have both the approaches, being a USSP as well as enabling other USSPs by providing the technology that is there. And as you can see, this is the U-space implementation. Now this is an architecture, a very high-level architecture of how our approach has been. We have taken a very open architecture approach. It's a cloud-based architecture. The picture gives a very centralized architecture approach, but it can be a distributed architecture. It can depending on the place, the local authorities, the implementation as would be needed, we are able to adapt our solution to it. But more or less, it is the same. If you see on the left-hand side, we have, of course, integrated with control center of ours, but if you have a Q ground control or anything like that, it's open integration there as well. Or if there is any other US operator, because you have some small US operators, big ones, we can easily integrate all of them over there. We have all the mandatory services that we are doing, but then we also open up to other USSPs that we want to do, any third-party data, whether it is the traffic data or any other information that we want to integrate, the authorities, the air traffic control. This is what we are doing. But what we have done is used like embedded services, where we are using software solutions that will enable any US operator to easily plug in with our solution. This is the kind of software technology that we're using that will enable the US operators. Digital network, that is another foundation of our solution. Because we have digitized and automated it, it makes the real-time approval, authorizations, and also the notifications to the operators as the situation changes enabled in real time. And last, automated service provision. The automated provision of approvals, rejections, provision of the service as of any no flying zones being created. All this is enabled through these three pillars. So if I show you, for an example, this is our backyard, basically, I can say from Port of Hamburg. You can see the Elbe River there, and on the bottom side, you have the Port of Hamburg. but on the right-hand side, if you will see, is the port of Hamburg. Oh, sorry, the airport of Hamburg. So now we have a highly dense population, we have a high port traffic, and we also have air traffic. Like Port of Antwerp was talking about, we have actually a very, very crowded space in this. And we also have a lot of low-flying traffic as well. We have a lot of helicopters, almost like 30 in a day, that fly in the low-level airspace as well. So to counter this complexity, we have to build a solution for this. And that is where I'll give you just an example on how we have done. I'm not going to give you a full demo, but just to demonstrate one or two features of the product. And the reason I want to show it is the product, the solution is ready. Now we are waiting for U-space to be launched so that we can actually start the operations. Product is, as I was saying, thank you, EASA. You have given us the guidelines, directions. We have got the product ready as per the 664. But now, where do we launch it? How do we go for a commercial traffic or a scaled up traffic? So this is basically just a view of highly automated approval on management on authorization. So it's real-time approvals and authorizations. How do you do the segmentation of the traffic that is drone traffic happening? How do you make the operational volume optimized so you can really make the best usage of the airspace? How do you optimize the airspace for the traffic? This is very important for the UAS operators, so that because they can get maximum time and the easiest way to make more operations. But as a USSP, if my revenue model is going to be the more flights it takes or something like this, then only I can make some money. So for me, it's very important to do this, but at the same time, it's also the visualization, how you make it easy for any US operator, etc., to see how this is happening, not just the rules, is important. Let's hope that video works. Oh. Yeah, now it's showing. So focus on the UI part of it as well, that how the 3D imaging of how the operational volume is being used to show the different airspace segmentation that is happening, and it's happening in real time. And that basically also means as the approvals come, or for flight authorization approval, we are actually able to do it in real time. This actually helps most of our US operators. The second example I would like to show is on the real-time conflict detection and warning to US operators. So while there are many, many systems that are there, we have actually opened an API because a US operator has too many challenges. If he is flying, he is focusing on making sure the drone operation is safe. At the same time, he is working on how to have information if there is a no flying zone or something like that, dynamic airspace, something is being messaged out. How do we know? An operator gets to know it. So one is a visualization of it, but also when you are seeking an approval and you are being rejected for a certain reason, how do you know which part is a no flying zone for me and how do I adapt my requirement or approval to it? So that is very important that there is a visualization and approval, and that's why we provide an API for the UAS. So whether it's a small UAS or a large UAS, they all have equal access to it, and that way we are able to see how the temporary airspace restrictions and dynamic configuration happens in real time. So while this happened here, the notification went to the UAS, and at the same time, UAS has to acknowledge it. Then only we make sure that it has been approved, etc. Because without acknowledgement, just informing the UAS doesn't actually help. It doesn't secure the operation. So the idea is to make sure everything is foolproof. Yes, happy to have more discussions around it, but this just was to exemplify that we have, since like last 4 years, we have been working on this U-space and we've been building this technology. We have now done a couple of projects here. I have some of my colleagues from the Odense project over here. I can see one of my friends over here. We actually worked in the port of Odense Airport, where we came together with a couple of partners from the university to a couple of, as you know, Odense Airport is a hub for a lot of startups and also a lot of drone startups. And there was a big drone conference that happened earlier in the year, also at the Port of Odense airport there. There, actually, Airplate came with us as a partner, and we worked with various drone operators, and where we took on the role as a USSP, and we provided a live demo of how drones are operating in a U-space that was kind of created at that Odense airport for that demonstration perspective. And we actually safely demonstrated how this operations could look like. Again, a project. As my friend before said, we need to move from projects to real recurrent businesses. This is the second project that is actually happening right now and is in progress. Some of you may have heard it as Blue Space. It's a project that is happening in Port of Hamburg, which is actually working with the city of Hamburg as well. It's basically building a blueprint for U-space. How do we implement it? And over here, we actually have all the different authorities that are involved in it. As you can see, you have the US operators, the Karschulte, the HPA, etc. there, where both civil aviation authorities are all involved. I mean, the transport ministry from Hamburg is very much involved, where Hala Sky is taking the role of a USSP. So we are actually providing all the CONOPS, safety management. So we actually have got all those documentation now ready already for all these things. We actually have done all the CONOPS, etc. And then we are working with DFS on defining the rules. How will the USP work with the DFS? And then we have the different authorities. And that basically brings in a lot of collaboration across different stakeholders. And this is where we actually did, one of the tests happened just a couple of days back, where we actually simulated a system test, and everything worked fine. Now, in next coming weeks, the idea is to actually do a real test with some more drones, etc., coming into picture. And we, again, are trying to get multiple vendors. It's not just Hala Sky drones. It's basically different OEM vendors will come in, and we'll enable with them. And you can find more, of course, information on the Blue Space project on the there is a site as well. So what has been the key learnings and challenges for us? I think the most important thing is collaboration between all the stakeholders is key. It's not going to happen without the collaboration. I think all the speakers before me have stressed it enough, and that is where also the complexity is. Because the different stakeholders, when you go to a different country and you want to offer your services, the challenge may not be the one authority is willing to do. It's basically all the different stakeholders have to be in the state of readiness that there is a chance to launch a USSP operation there. And that is why sometimes the delays could be not manageable or not controllable or not forecastable as to when actually you will be ready to launch the operation there. The third thing that I would say is we saw that there is a lot of drone solutions or the USSP solutions there, but they are all vertically integrated, closely knit to their drone, their solutions as such. We want to actually democratize the solution. We want to bring in every aspect of it, an open system architecture. We want to open the drones, open the control operation software, open the UTM for anybody and everybody to join in. That's why we think it has to be open and also secure. One thing that I'm always told is cybersecurity, great, you have it, but nobody is willing to pay for it. But I think the cost, everybody will realize a bit later on, because it's something so important not to be ignored with the kind of situation and the world we are living in. Cybersecurity is paramount, because while it has a good thing that drones can do, but there are also bad things that can happen with it. And that is why cybersecurity becomes very important. U-space sandboxes are great enabler for there. I think we talked about different sandboxes or testing centers, as also previously mentioned. I think the main challenge is there is no, as such, a big central center where you can come in and launch and test everything together. There are different demo places, centers, etc. there, but not everything where you can come and test your U-space. And I'll talk about it on the next slide. Another most important thing, again, with my title, as you can say, from a revenue perspective, is what is the investment needed to be a USSP? I think this is a question that everybody thinks about it, but nobody talks about it, because one is the certification cost itself. But the question is, how long keep on you building the platform till you will have a actual commercial operation? And when you will have an operation, when will the traffic be there to have a profitable USSP operations? So, and then there are so many third-party suppliers who also need to make, or who are actually dependent on this U-space to work. All this ecosystem to survive, how much cost does it take? It's very unclear. And that could be very challenging for small players who want to become a USSP because their lifeline or their money line is not infinite. So how do they survive this? And that could mean this game is eliminating, while we say in EASA the thing is to be a fair play for every USSP, but by this we are already eliminating the weaker and the smaller ones out. So we need to be considerate what is the cost and who bears that cost of development or the traffic to be ready or market to be ready. And when is that market going to be ready? I can say that because we are not a VC funded, so we don't have hockey stick models to chase. We actually come from running a normal P&L. We are not chasing hockey stick, but at the end, I have to make a budget for next year. So please, business is very key for this use space. When is the business case going to make work? Recommendations. I think more coordination is needed. Yes, we can keep on making more, but I would really like to make a suggestion that EASA to publish a calendar of launch of U-space services, which EASA is coordinating which country is going to launch U-space when, and also a status of readiness. That means, are all stakeholders in that country ready, or who is not ready for the U-space launch of operation? This gives a fair ground for anybody who wants to be a USSP to have a clear access to the information and not just on the network. We really want to make sure everybody knows and everybody can go everywhere in Europe to launch the USSP. I think this will be a great help. Sandbox zone, I think we heard from Cohen as well. We have the demo labs or the testing lab, but we need actually now a testing lab, whether you call it a sandbox zone. Today, if I go to any operations, or if I want to go to any country, be it I want to go to Belgium, etc., or I go to launch here, I want to do an inter-USSP testing. Question is, I am there. Who is the second USSP that is going to be there? Who should I test it with? There is no one. Then how do I make those tests? And how do I pass the certification? If there is no use space, I'm asked by certification guideline, I should have a local space of operation. I should have an organization. If I even hire people to run a USSP operation before the certification, but use space not being there, how many people will stay in the job afterwards? Because there is nothing to be done. So how do I make my certification requirements really met, but at the same time being practical to my condition? And if you don't have those guidelines, etc., the business case, again, also has an importance over there. How I will sustain the operation for how long? And last thing is, we should basically build actually a space where it could be now time to actually execute. I think that was the, Florian was talking in the morning, it's time for execution, implementation. I agree. Let's create a space over here where actually all the USSPs can come and all the UAS can come, test the system together, make it work. And from there, you can actually go to any of the European countries and run the operations. But then even if you are a single USSP, it is guaranteed that this USSP will be able to work with all other USSPs. And second thing is, if the USSPs will start working together, there will be a lot of learning. I think it's happening in Dallas right now. The commercial operations are on. Same way in Europe, it's now commercial operations have to be on. Let the industry test it out, learn it together, and then we contribute to the EASA's guidelines, and there can be further improvement there. So again, very glad what EASA has done, but we would like a little bit more now to make a commercial rollout, make the real implementation for USSP to happen. All right, thank you.
So just a short reminder, and although all of this is super interesting, so I hesitate to say it to some extent, but we are running a bit short on time. We need to finish by around 12 o'clock, so just to bear that in mind. I'd now like to switch to Italy and welcome Maurizio Pagetti, who is the Chief Operating Officer of ENAF. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I am the wrong guy here because I come from the old world of the ATM. So being also the CEO of the flight, at the end of the day, I don't know who I am, because on the other side, I'm working with the ATM and try to introduce the newcomers, a new concept in the world ATM, which is quite rigid, let's say. So a lot of suggestions from this meeting. Thank you for EASA to organize this meeting. And going back, before starting my presentation, I would like to highlight the 3 or 4 things that for me are crucial if you want to implement the U-space in Europe. First, to keep it simple as possible, because we need to have a clear approach to this project. And most of the time, as we know, we had a lot of experimental phases without all experience, but we have to move from the concept of sandbox, what who preceded me highlighted in a very direct position, and I agree with him. And we need to have moved from the concept of experimental phase to a more industrial phase. But we need a lot of stakeholders. We need US operators. And first of all, we need a clear picture of what will be the needs for investment for the future, because we need money to support this investment. And this is important for us if we want to implement a real use space in Europe. So I'll try to explain what we are doing in Italy, which is not simple, but I'll try to, I'm not the technician, so it will be important just in my view, to keep it simple as possible. I don't know how it works, but okay. No, I'm going back to the previous one. Sorry, I don't want to take the idea from the other. Okay. Here we are. So this is our roadmap, our experience. So our target is to move from an experimental phase to a real implementation of U-space in Italy. And how we did it, and we are trying to do this, is an experience that we are managing together with main partner and with the support of the Italian Civil Aviation Authority to read more real the possible implementation of their US operation in the I-space. A little bit of history about the flight. It's, I don't know if it's working. Okay. It's a part of INAV Group, and the flight started in 2019. It is a company composed by 2 main stakeholders, INAV and our industrial partner, which is Leonardo. So first strategy, okay, we don't know anything in 2019. The idea behind was to move from the world of the ATM and to implement with the same rules, with the same concept, more or less, what the experience that we had in the ATM world. So this was the beginning, because we started in 2009. I don't know how it works. Okay, so this is the idea. The composition was to the industry, so we gained the experience from the ATM platform to downstream what is this kind of experience to the U-space world. And the second hand, the experience of the NSP, trying to manage the traffic of the drones in the same way when with the idea of the conventional traffic. So we started in 2019, well ahead of the European regulation. So in our roadmap during 2020, we had to adapt our strategy in order to catch all the evolution given by the European regulation. So it is a big challenge for us, and this is the state of the art of our condition. We have been designated as a single common information service provider. It happened year 2023. It was around March. And we are undergoing to be certified as Common Information Service Provider and USSP. And going back to the previous presentation, to do this costs a lot of money. So once we achieve the certification and ready to provide the service, we need a real business case to support the operation. because the market is not growing as expected. And we need to working together to understand what will be the future of the unmanned operation across Europe. Just few data from our side, because we work as also a registration platform on behalf of our National Supervisory Authority. This is the state of the art. I don't want to bother you with numbers, and just to say that the market is increasing. We have a lot of drone operators inside the Italian airspace, but it's important now, this is the trend later on, that are important just to show you what kind of evolution of the drones registered on our platform is. The evolution is that we are moving to the leisure players, let's say, to a more structured operators. And going ahead with the slide. Okay, this is our logical view. So it's important to understand, has been designated as a centralized system. We provide all the information connected with the Common Information Service provision across the Italy. We have been designated by our National Supervisory Authority because according to our strategy, we were the only one to have all the information, all the systems available to provide a safe service. On the second hand, we have the concept of let's say, to be certified as USS system operators together, and we open also on our platform of centralized system to provide all the information and connection to the other USSP. And this is another problem. Where are the other USSP? This is the main problem. How many of them are on the certification process? And it's important also to underline how to manage the evolution of the complexity and how to harmonize the evolution of a single USSP. This is our picture, to keep it simple as possible. And the next point is important, what will be next? Once we have the logical view, where to implement? And we try to do this together with a big UAS operator and in the south of Italy. And we launched, let's say, another possibility to implement the first U-space in Italy. First thing, keep it simple as possible, far from the complexity world of the ATM, far from the airports, in the Gulf aerospace, low level, from ground to an height of 400 feet. So no interference with the VFR. We have to manage also only the interference with, for instance, HMS or helicopter from the Army and other things like this. So, Class G aerospace, this is the experience given by my experience in the ATM world, so keep it simple as possible. Establish a sort of coordination with the manned air traffic that are limited. And in coordination, the flight will be the Common Information Service provided inside the, let's say, that area. It's not so big. Another thing which is crucial for us, not so big. It's the radius is around 5 miles. We don't extend our operation on the coast, on the sea. And on the other hand, we activated, this area has been published on Italian IP, let's say mid-October, and will be effective by the end of November. It will be activated from Monday to Friday. So, this is our experience, and we are together with our National Supervisory Authority. We are on the certification progress. And it's important to highlight that if you want to achieve the real implementation in European airspace, we have to start in a very simple manner. To be real effective. And I think this is the last picture of my presentation. This is let's say, the different initiative across Europe for the possible evolution of moving from the sandbox concept to, let's say, the possible U-space. There are a lot of initiatives. There is a Rome sandbox. This is an integration also with the innovative air mobility together with other stakeholders. Then there is a good experimental phase for managing drones for the operation in the small island close to Naples. This is the possible evolution and integration of the U-space across Italy. But going back to the previous, two things are important coming from the experience of the ATM world. What we are doing now is to, let's say, be ready to manage the U-space according to European regulation, which is very, very, let's say, important to implement, costs a lot of money, but at the end, we need a common strategy to achieve the possibility of providing this kind of service in a low part of the Italian space and the European space. We have to work together, but to start, because it's time to start now, we start with simple example in order to, a colleague of mine said, with a stepwise approach, which is important to be ready for the future, we hope, the increase of traffic of unmanned operation across Europe. Thank you.
So we're now moving to industry, and we're going to hear from Pipistrel, one of the companies with most experience in electric aviation. Can I please hand over to Gabriele Massi, who is the Managing Director and President. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for the opportunity of being here with all of you and the invitation to speak. Over the next 10-15 minutes, I'll try to keep it to our time. I hope to give you a glimpse into what's in our near future in terms of drones, but particularly from Pipistrel's point of view, but also through a couple examples, illustrate that there are still some gaps and also still resolution necessary for us to really move into implementation phase of advanced or innovative air mobility. I've had the distinct pleasure as President and Managing Director of leading an amazing team at Pipistrel over the last 2.5 years, since April 2022, when Pipistrel joined the Textron family, a global leader in general aviation. Prior to joining Pipistrel, I've enjoyed a long career with Textron at multiple different business units, spanning from Textron Aviation, which is the home of the Cessna, Hawker, Beechcraft brands, as well as started my career at Bell, global manufacturer of helicopters and vertical lift solutions. Now, very proud that my family and I can say Slovenia is our home. And for those of you that aren't really familiar with Pipistrel, I can show you a little bit about who we are. Primarily, Pipistrel is a manufacturer of light aircraft, but also well known as a global leader in electric aviation and electric aircraft. Since it's founded in 1989, we've delivered about 2,500 aircraft around the world, spanning from light gliders, two-seat gliders, to two-seat training aircraft, to four-seat high-performance single-engine piston, but also now moving into ISR UAVs and larger air vehicles. Pipistrel was originally founded around the vision of making aviation more accessible to a larger population, and by doing so, doing it in a more efficient way. This really drove technology steps within Pipistrel, and at the core of what we do is smart, measured approach to innovation. This is a core strength of the Pipistrel team, which began over 15 years ago, dabbling in electric aviation. In fact, the first flight of an electric glider was in 2007. This then led to first four-seat electric airplane, a first practical training airplane, the first flight of a hydrogen-powered airplane in 2016, a first flight of a hybrid electric airplane, all culminating to the certification of the Velis Electro, the world's first and still the only type certified electric airplane in 2020. our commitment to this type of evolution in technology and emerging technologies has made us a really big, very active member and sought-after member in programs like Clean Aviation Joint Undertaking, as well as SESAR Joint Undertaking. And with these building blocks in this technology, autonomous, unpiloted drones will become a major part of our aviation industry. But not all drones are created equal. When it comes to IAM, or Innovative Air Mobility, I've really been amazed at seeing all of the different opportunities that we have to change the way we do surveillance, the way we move people, but also the way we move goods. Among all of these opportunities, Pipistrel has really been focused on and is committed to delivering an efficient, environmentally friendly, digitally connected air cargo solution. So within the cargo space, we believe fundamentally that we have a lot of opportunity. One, to change the way we do logistics, and we heard a lot about the logistics from other speakers. A more point-to-point system instead of a multi-leg ground-air-ground type system. We have the ability to and the opportunity to reduce efficiencies that weigh heavily on our infrastructure. That looks like the commute I have every morning from Ljubljana to Aviation, for those of you that know Slovenia a little bit. We also have the opportunity to provide solutions to underserved communities, humanitarian relief, government missions as well. And this was also mentioned by others from this morning. Cargo has the opportunity to really enable the next steps and really provide a path for public acceptance for things like passenger carrying eVTOLs in the future. But I suspect when many of you hear drones, you think of something rather contained in size that can probably land on this table right here. From Pipistrel's perspective, we have come from the other spectrum and decided to go big. So let me introduce you to the V300, the Nuva V300 from Pipistrel. So the Nuva is a hybrid electric vertical takeoff and landing air cargo solution. Automated point-to-point logistics platform capable of carrying 3 cubic meters of payload. That's roughly the size of a Cessna Caravan, or if you rather picture, a flying delivery van. With a payload of 300 kilograms, flying over 500 kilometers, thanks to its ability to transition to forward flight with its hybrid system after it takes off vertically, the Nuva will change the way we do logistics and the way we do cargo. Controlled by ground operators in through satellite comms from anywhere in the world with a true point-click solution, we will no longer require the same amount of pilot skills for manned aircraft. The Nuva will really enable operations anytime and anywhere. Now, I could spend quite a bit of time talking about the technology in the Nuva, which I will a little bit, and also the benefits that we see in bringing something like this to market, but I also think it's important that we spend a little bit of time about the regulatory landscape that really is needed to enable bringing a product like this to the market. So let me be clear, when we're talking about something like this, it's not really been done before. We understand this isn't fully mapped out, but we think of it as a good recipe for entry into service for a product like this, really based off of 3 pillars: technology, research and development, and obviously collaborative regulatory framework. It turns out on the technology and R&D side, it tends to be a little bit more predictable. We have really good examples within the Nuva of reuse of technology and building blocks. For example, the electric motors and inverters on the horizontal lift are from our certified electric platform. We're using technology that has been developed through extensive research programs, through things like Clean Aviation for battery cooling and power management systems, and certified motor and propeller system for the horizontal thrust unit as well. A great example of continued collaboration has been through technology and concepts and operations with our involvement in SESAR and the integrated ecosystem. The Single European Sky Research Program has really been instrumental, I will say, in the development of the Nuva for topics such as ground station handover, cross-border operations, and interoperability in air traffic. We do believe something like SESAR will accelerate the adoption into today's airspace and tomorrow's airspace. Now, also turns out that innovation in the regulatory framework is a little bit less predictable. So despite all of the efforts we've had in leveraging SESAR, prior and current SESAR programs, as well as all of the existing drone regulations that we have from EASA, it's still quite surprising when you try to navigate the interplay between local, national, and European approvals. Some of these opportunities are really based off the fact that specific category drones are not, it's not yet something that we do every day. But some of it is really gaps in language and as well as interpretation. So here, an example I'd like to talk about, there is a missing provision for flight test activity to qualify a vehicle in medium to high operational risk level. So an example like NUVA, or a large long distance drone, we pretty much automatically fall in that medium to high risk category, be it SAIL 3 or SAIL 4 for those of you aware of the SORA framework. We're unable to do a full mission over a controlled ground area or segregated airspace directly over like a airport, for example. So here comes the real world chicken and egg problem. In a typical Part 21 piloted development program, you have a very proven systematic approach to performing flight tests for either development reasons, so company wanting to do development flight tests, or also for compliance demonstration while on the journey of showing your qualification, your systems, ultimately achieving certification. This is all done in a very controlled environment, right? We have approved design organizations. We have approved flight test operational manual. We have approved production organization, approved quality system, nominated personnel, controlled flight regime, flight conditions, restricted flight conditions, all in the guise, all existing to control risk for your first flight and for flight testing. Now, it turns out, in contrast, under 2019947, those prior regulatory framework and prior approvals are not being taken into consideration. So this means that for any flight, other than, I'll say, just hovering over an airport ground, we need full operational authorization. In order to get operational authorization, I need to qualify my system. I need to demonstrate compliance before I can fly. In order to demonstrate compliance, I need to fly. Which one comes first? This is a real problem. In other words, the regulation that provides for commercial or recreational use, which, by the way, is a great innovation, and I really applaud EASA for putting out that regulation, is being imposed on the research and development testing phase before we know that the aircraft can even perform the mission. We are pretty much being asked to freeze the design, certify the system before we even try it. So there's a solution out there under Part 21. The system is there, the approvals are there. We only need the regulators to acknowledge such a path forward. Now, once we get past this hurdle of receiving authorization approval, higher risk environments, we then get into the entertaining dialogue of defining and interpreting sparsely populated areas. This is an ongoing debate, and I'm sure a lot of you are well aware of, and I know it will get resolved, but we do need to get it resolved, and we need clear and reasonable consensus and definition, but also an acceptable means of actually measuring it and evaluating whether it meets that definition. To be honest, at the moment, we're talking about a large population of first responders doing crowd control with loudspeakers, closing highways, going door to door in industrial buildings and evacuating every time a drone like the NUVA might fly overhead in an area that I would define as sparsely populated. I might be exaggerating a little bit, but I think you get my point, and we're not that far off. So let's talk a little bit about the next step in the future, not too far off, when large drones are going to be flying in populated airspace. So far, we're still talking about sparsely populated airspace, populated and overpopulated areas and congested airspace. We are then going to be talking about this whole discussion about how do we detect other vehicles and avoid other vehicles, the classic DAA discussion. So it turns out that the original philosophy around DAA, detect and avoid, has been to try to replicate visual flight rules, put eyes and brains on every air vehicle to detect another object, detect another flying object, and try to avoid it. When we do that, we put very large sensors on the aircraft, very heavy sensors, and it turns out that technology is still not yet mature. We will then be in a discussion about what is good enough. How far do I need to see? What direction do I need to look at? How fast do I need to react? Let alone the discussion about how to validate that system on an airplane and on every airplane. This does need to be rethought. This does need to be evaluated. Given the big investment, the entire aviation industry has put in place recently with systems like ADS-B out, with the fast evolving infrastructure around 5G networks, GPS, low Earth orbit satellite connectivity. Drones could collaboratively exchange situational awareness between piloted and unpiloted aircraft, enhancing safety for everyone. EASA plays a vital role in all of this. We do expect EASA's commitment in enabling innovation to turn CESAR's investment into reality, really paving the way for an aircraft like NUVA to go operate anytime and anywhere. It's really instrumental that the chain between innovation and regulation stays closely linked. What's next? We've all talked about it. We've all said the word. Collaboration is key. We're looking forward to our first hover here very soon on our aircraft. Will be a key milestone in our path to validation and operational readiness. This is only possible with collaboration. We recognize that entry into service with an air vehicle like this is not easy. Like any other new aircraft of this size, it requires alignment, support between regulatory agencies. But we are very grateful for EASA's leadership in this, defining a stepped approach to JIRA SORA SAIL. As a global company, we champion harmonization and transferability when it comes to certification. We also want to thank our partners at ENAC who have been joining our journey along the way and learning and allowing us to do this at our home base in Italy and in Slovenia. And for us at Pipistrel, we are committed to collaborating all the time on any topic to make sure that something like the NUVA will soon join the skies and implement innovative air mobility. I leave you with this. Thank you for the opportunity. It's not that far away. This is coming to us very quickly, so let's continue to work together. Thank you.
So for our next industry speaker, we go to EASA Drones, who is one of the largest UAS operators in Europe. And I welcome Sonia Mamori. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. And thank you, EASA, for this invitation, which is a great occasion, of course, to explain better our operation and even constraints, but also to appreciate the progress already achieved. So, Yes, I will start by presenting the company Azure Drone, but also our product specificity in order to better understand the operation, and then some of our use cases, and of course, the topic of today, focus on the regulations. So, Azure Drone, who are we? The company has been founded in 2012, and at that time we had a diversified range of drone solution, and as we were experts in the automated solution, we decided, the strategy has been decided to focus on it, and we became a pioneer in the drone in a box infrastructure. But much more than the product itself, we do provide a turnkey solution to our customers because we add a lot of services. Regarding the company, so we are more than 60 employees, all based in France on several sites, but the HQ is in Mérignac, not far from Bordeaux. And of course, we are compliant with the latest regulatory frameworks. Whoops. Okay, so our solution, Skytech, we have several generations of product, but the very first industrialization of the automated solution has been deployed in 2019. Our main objective is really to improve the safety and security and optimize the industrial operations of our customers. How we do that? By automated missions with a very limited human intervention, and that's key. Of course, automated missions also means operations day and night with a high level of availability of the system. We operate BVLOS, by the way, so remember this. Highly automated also means enhanced safety. And yeah, better than words, I propose you here a very short video about a project we deployed for one of our customer, from the words of our customer, BASF.
Standort Ludwigshafen hier, BASF SE, ist ein Standort, der sich zusammensetzt aus Produktionsbetrieben. Wir haben hier ca. 250 Produktionsbetrieben. Die Schwierigkeit, ein solches Standort Ludwigshafen hier, BASF SE, ist ein Standort, der sich zusammensetzt aus Produktionsbetrieben. Wir haben hier ca. 250 Produktionsbetrieben. Die Schwierigkeit, ein solches Gelände sicher zu gestalten für alle Mitarbeiter, die sich hier auf dem Gelände bewegen. Die Azur-Drohntechnologie ist für uns eine starke Bereicherung, um unser Schutzniveau am Standort zu verbessern. Wir können das erste Mal ein Situationsbild unserer Aufgabe aus der Luft erhalten und nicht nur durch Mitarbeiter am Boden aus einer komplett anderen Perspektive.
So it's a big opportunity for us to work with an industrial like BASF. Azure Drone is a made in France automatic drone in a box system. We provide a system from the preliminary study to the installation and the customer support and maintenance.
Das System ermöglicht uns, ein Areal von rund 1 Quadratkilometer zu befliegen. Wir benutzen das System in einem separaten Werkteil, etwa 8 Kilometer entfernt von hier, ohne Personal vor Ort zu benötigen. Innerhalb kürzester Zeit ist die Drohne einsatzbereit, kann gestartet werden und liefert uns einen Livestream des Areals. Nach der Landung in der Station wird die Drohne automatisiert aufgeladen und steht somit in kürzester Zeit wieder zur Verfügung, um neue Missionen zu fliegen.
Ja, zur Erweiterung unserer Sicherheitsarchitektur waren wir auf der Suche nach einer Drohne und haben mit Azure einen guten Partner gefunden, der ein komplettes Drohnensystem für uns bieten kann, sowohl was die Performance betrifft, wie auch den Service. Für mich als Projektleiter war es eine sehr gute Erfahrung, mit Azure Drones zusammenzuarbeiten. Der Projektleiter von Seiten Azure Drones hat mich in allen Phasen unterstützt, sowie die ganze Company. Das ging von der Aufstiegserlaubnis, also der behördlichen Beantragung, über das Implementieren und auch den Service darüber hinaus.
Die 2 Jahre mit Azure waren hervorragend. Eine sehr gute Ausbildung unserer Mitarbeiter am System und eine hohe Flexibilität, unsere Erwartungen ans System umzusetzen.
So, in addition to BASF, here is a non-exhaustive view of our customer, but at least that gives their typology. So they are mainly industrial sites with highly sensitive activities. So today we reach more than 250 trained operators to our system for more than 50K BVLOS flights. Our expertise, of course, we do manage all the engineering for the product, or actually the components of our solution, so the drone and its station. And we do have also all the monitoring and control software, which is able to control the solution. We were talking about the testing campaigns, and of course we do work a lot of the solution validation of the new generation with the final industrialization. And as I said, we also do provide a lot of services, and regulations support is part of them. So we first make the preliminary study with the technical audit of the site and the study of the feasibility of the project. And once this step is done, then we go to the regulatory support, We train our operators to make sure that they can operate safely, and then we proceed, of course, to the installation and all which is related to the customer service with the assistance and the maintenance worldwide. So more details on the product itself. Our solution Skytech is, as I said, a combination of different components. Today I will just focus on the drone and its station. Of course, the added value of the station is the capability to recharge automatically the system for a high level of availability, but also to protect the drone. Of course, we have further sensors. Well, we have the weather station for real-time weather monitoring, and we have some more internal and external sensors, which are not the topic of today, plus, as I said, the MNC platform. So, regarding the MNC platform, so we have several solutions. Actually, we are integrated by default with the key video management system partners, such as Milestone and Genetec that you may know, but we also have our own standalone MNC platform called AZD for Azure Drone Monitech. A view of our, for some of our use cases, to better understand our constraints. So based on predefined mission and always under the visual control of a trained operator, we are able to proceed to BVLOS surveillance. So the operator will have the ability to launch missions on demand for the crisis management, for instance, but also following some triggered alarms based on multiple sensors. Of course, he will be able to focus on a specific map point, but also on a visual target through the click and go function. And much more than that, we also proceed to some gas detection and also thermographic inspection. So this is a complete drone infrastructure. I will not go into deeper detail. What is important to remember here is that our solution, Skytech, is fully integrated in the industrial customer environment on a long-term projection, let's say. And last but not least, the regulation focus, the topic of today. So Azure Drone category, so as we fly BVLOS and we do proceed to complex operation, we do operate in a specific category, and our preferred methodology is the SORA because it offers less limitation for us, for our use cases, to obtain the flight authorization. The expertise, so as I said already, we do provide guidance, but also assistance during the entire life cycle of the project of our customers. So we do create and assist them in the heavy documentation process building. And it's more than 20 SORA flight authorization approved since the beginning of the story in 2019. Well, automation for safety. This one seems heavy. Don't worry, it will be fine. I just want to highlight here the differences between the remote operator activity and the remote pilot. What is very important to understand is that all the intelligence embedded into the solution which prevent from eventual technical incidents which could occur because of the human factor, let's say. So of course our solution does embed the predefined flight areas and missions with sometimes no-fly zone. The weather monitoring on a real-time basis. As I said, we also have, regarding the station, an automated and secured and protected and closed ground area for the takeoff and landing safely. And we have some more safety measures with an FTS, the flight termination system integrated. So I will not go into more detail, but they are really different. I mean, their roles are quite different, and they must be taken into account. So as I said, automation and risk mitigation, all this embedded intelligence is really to prevent unexpected incident caused by the human factor, and in any case, keep in mind that the operator cannot override the embedded intelligence. So again, we'll monitor the weather, even the level of battery, the GPS connectivity, and if an unsafe condition is detected, in any case, the drone will not be able to take off. And we also have the geocaching function that prevents the drone to fly outside the flight geography. And by the way, for this, well, thanks to this function, we did receive from EASA, and thank you, by the way, an enhanced containment DVR, and I think we were one of the first OEM to get it. The FTS, just to precise here that since the very beginning of the story, since the very first generation of product Skytech, a ballistic parachute rescue system has been integrated by default. So 100% of our systems does embed a parachute. Of course, it can be triggered automatically, but also manually in case the operator detects an unsafe condition. It never happened that we met a flyaway situation or a situation where the parachute had to be triggered manually. And by the way, yes, for additional safety, we also have this ADSB in function for detection and avoidance of tier aircraft. And in terms of the expectation, well, it would be very good if we could start thinking about the recognition of the specific status of the remote operator. As I said, because of the differences I already precised, they have a very limited authority again. I will not go again on the same topic, but if we could get such a status, it would be good also to think about dedicated training path because they just don't have basically the same use of the system. And I'm not talking here only on behalf of Azure Drone. I think that all the OEMs and industrial in the drone industry that propose automated flights may be interesting by this recognition. And from regulations to operations, well, thank you for the work of EASA. Of course, we would like more mutualization between the country. That would be easier to get flight authorization and to keep expanding our industry. And this is an open comment or an open question. I mean, safety rules may not become an impending break against the economical expansion of the European drone actors. I mean, we are all flying on the same direction. The safety is our common priority. And that's it for today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now we welcome our last speaker for this session, Manuel Lebai, who is from Paris in France.
Hello, everybody. Sorry, I'm trying to switch the slide. Okay, so thank you for having me here. I'm Manuel Lebai. I'm the Quality and Certification Director at Parrot Drones. I will make it short so we can almost meet our deadline. I'll spend just three very short slides on Parrot, because that's not the topic for today. So Parrot, we are the European leader for the professional micro drones. We are headquartered in Paris, France. We are 250 engineers. We've been innovating for 30 years. We were founded in 1994, and we've been doing drones for 15 years now. So designing, developing, and manufacturing those drones. Our first drone model was released in 2009. It was the AR drone, and we sold more than 4 million drones worldwide so far. These are a few of our products. So the Anafi AI, a 900-gram drones with a 4G connectivity, and the Anafi USA, which I have here. So it can land on the table, but also on the hand. It's very small. It's mainly the USA. It has a thermal camera, and it's mostly used for defense and security. These are the main verticals we are addressing. So we were doing hobby drones until 2018, and now we are strictly focused on professional drones. So these are the markets we are addressing. And last slide about our product. So we are very interested and worried about the data security. So we are, of course, GDPR compliance. All our data is stored in EU servers, and the data of our client is safe, and there is a don't want to share it. It stays only on their drone, and we don't get any data from them. Our products are also cyber secure. We have a secure element embedded in our drones, which makes an encrypted command and control link, but it also allows us to have an authenticated firmware and an authenticated identity, which is very important for the future and also for the cybersecurity. So this is a list of few of our clients globally. So now, as I told you, I would be quick on our product. So what succeeded in terms of European regulation, in our opinion? We had a few success in the last few years. The first success for us as a manufacturer was the fact that the regulation was able to define a very clear technical roadmap. Developing a drone takes 2-3 years. So it's important to know in advance what are the technical building blocks we need to develop. These are a few ones from the 945 Regulation Act, which are really it helps give us a structure as a manufacturer. So the geo-awareness, the direct remote ID, low speed modes, those requirements are very helpful as a manufacturer to know in advance. Furthermore, I would say that in terms of harmonization, the regulation did a very good job about two things in our opinion. One was the remote ID harmonization. So the direct remote identification, the standards are now almost harmonized between the US regulation remote ID and the European, which is very helpful for us as a manufacturer, because having to develop two different softwares and to keep those aligned would have been doable, but quite complicated for us. And one point for our client and users, I think the regulation did a good job about harmonizing the pilot training and the pilot licenses through Europe. Now, about the things we think we could improve at in terms of regulation. First would be to try to harmonize how the national aviation authorities handle the geozones. Today, there are major differences in how the different member states of Europe provide the geozones data. According to our counts, we have 4 countries that share data in ED269 format, which is a very helpful format for us as a manufacturer, because we are able to get that data, put it into our drone system so that our drone have a very functional geo-awareness feature and know where they are allowed it to fly and where they are not allowed it to fly. 14 countries share data, but in other format than ED269. So we need to reprocess that data so that data is available and easy to embed in our system. And 13 countries do not share processable data. They share maps, but I cannot do anything with a map. So it's, I think, very important to try to harmonize this. I won't tell which country is which, but a lot of them are missing. So in terms of what to do, we need to push further the harmonization between the NAAs. We need to mandate a harmonized format for the UGZ data, which we think would be the ED269. There are working groups to make it evolve in a new format. As long as the format is unique, that's helpful for us. And last but not least, we think in the end, that would be very useful to have a common UGZ European database for manufacturers. The illustration here is from the German NAA website, where there is an interface for drone manufacturer. It's quite easy for us. We can connect to it, get that data. And what's very useful is that for them, they can update that data regularly. And for us, we can get that data automatically and quickly. And that data gets embedded in our drones. So having the same at the European level would be very great for us. Second point of improvement, keep pushing on simplifying the use case for micro drones. And I'm talking very, very small drones like this. Regulation did a good job about it. But today, the reality check is that the business development for those small drones is still hard, because the company need simple rules, and they need to be clear that those rules are simple to understand and easy. Today, a company that needs a drone video gathering to be done, they will not buy the drone as a tool, but they will buy a service, because it's too complex for companies to understand the regulation framework. And in terms of ground risk, I would say that it's even more complex to fly a drone than to ride a bike, which represents more kinetic energy, so more dangerous in terms of impact, ground risk impact, and of course a car. Small calculation, so a 1 kilogram drone at 50 kilometers per hour and 50 meters of altitude would give you an impact of around 400 joules. A bike plus its rider, it's 3 times this, and on a car, it's 100,000 times this. So we think it's important to keep a reasonable balance between risk and regulation. And for really small drones, we think it's important to develop scenarios where we can fly BVLOS when the ground risk is low, or we can fly VLOS in urban areas when the altitude is low. I think that was mostly achieved by the C5 and the C6 marking, but there could be some improvements. And for example, C5 marking for urban area drones requires a parachute. Parachute weighs more than the drone itself. So I think we can still simplify this. Third point of improvement, we think, would be to unlock the network remote identification potential. Today, open category drones are required to have a DRI feature, direct remote identification feature. So the drone broadcasts information about itself, its path, its position through Wi-Fi or Bluetooth. It has 2 major limitations. One, it is very limited in terms of range. The Bluetooth gives you 50 meters, 100 meters range. So that makes it useless for detection of those small drones by manned aircraft, because if you detect a drone 30 meters from you, it's already too late. The DRI feature was not developed for that purpose. It was more developed for the other one, which was for common public to be able to detect drones via your smartphone. So through an app, you could gather the DRI data and know what's its drone, where it is coming from. But even for that, we think that the DRI has limitations. The readability of that data is quite limited. Today, it is only possible with some Android phones. Not all phones are able to detect all those technologies. And iOS and Apple phones are almost not able at all to detect and parse that DRI data. So because of that, we think the next step is the NRI, the network remote identification. So some of our drones have a 5G chip in it. So you could be able, with your drone, to be directly connected. Your drone would send the data instead of sending it locally. It would send it directly to a USS provider service or to an airspace monitoring authorities. We did some tests and it works quite fine on a dedicated sandbox site. So the drone sends directly the info to the servers. That gives you unlimited range. So that gives you an easy interface with U-space service providers. And in the end, that reduces the air risk, thus facilitate the BVLOS. The end goal would be to be like for a flight radar and drones. You could have the same for, like from flight radars and manned aircraft. You could have the same for drones quite easily, technically. Fourth point of improvement would be to impose and require more cybersecurity. Today, drones are exposed to cyber threats, which are much higher than the legacy aviation industry. Why? Because first, they use standard and common interfaces, such as Wi-Fi, Bluetooth. You can plug it to your computer through USB. It can be connected to the internet. And also, drones fly at low altitudes, so they are in reach of cyber attacks from the ground through radio. So one other point, and one example of it, is the lack of authentication in the direct remote identification signal. I would like to show you this example. This is from GitHub, so this is a website available online where someone provides all the tools, the software and the hardware needed to do a remote ID spoofer. So this is accessible online, and basically what it does is that it creates fake DRI signals for 16 different drones flying around in random directions again around a particular GPS location. So if you can select an airport or the site for the Olympic Games introduction ceremony. You can select it, go with your computer and a Wi-Fi dongle, click play, and you get 16 fake drones flying around a certain level. So that's accessible online. That's really easy to do. And why is that easy to do? It does not require big hacking skills. It's just that the DRI signal today is not authenticated. There are no requirements about the cybersecurity of that signal. You can fake it however you want, with a smartphone, with a Wi-Fi dongle. So one key element we think would be Well, first as a guideline to realize that drones are more exposed than other aircrafts, and as a more concrete point, require and mandate a strong authentication process for the drones. So you would need the drone to have an authenticated identity and sharing private and public cryptographic keys so that it is recognized. And that way you could have the DRI or better NRI signal also authenticated, which would help airspace surveillance authorities or U-space service providers to do the difference between genuine real drones recognized and identified and either fake drones or bad guy drones. This is an example of how we do it with our drones. We have a secure element chip embedded in our drone, which gives each of our drone a unique identity and a digital signature. One last point would be to develop the EU Trusted Drone Label. This is one flagship action of the Drone Strategy 2.0, and we think it's very important to keep developing this point. We are very eager to see the development on this, because today, not everybody is a cybersecurity expert. So if you are a government agency, a police force agencies, and you want to buy a drone, it's quite hard to do the difference between a lot of drone offers, and you need to be able to decide quickly. It was solved in the US, this issue, with the Blue UAS program, which provides federal agencies and other agencies a method that is very fast and cost-effective to identify drone models that are validated. Basically, it's a catalog where you have several drone models from several manufacturers, which are deemed safe and cyber secure. So this is really, I think, the end goal for the European regulation to develop this EU Trusted Drone Label, which was a flagship action from the Drone Strategy 2.0. So basically, the conclusion. So I mentioned 5 improving points. So harmonizing how the geo zones, the UGZ zones are handled and shared by the national authorities. Simplify the usage for the micro drones. Unlock the network remote identification potential. Impose and push way more harder on the cybersecurity front. And in the end, develop this EU Trusted Drone Label. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You did a great job of being really quick in the last slot before lunch. Thank you very much to those online. We'll be restarting at 1300. For those in the room, I have some instructions. We have various locations for lunch to allow you to get through lunch quickly and also be back here at 1300. Lunch is available either just outside here, or if you go around the corner, there's some rooms there where it's available. You come out just over here, or go upstairs, and just above us there are also 2 rooms where there are sandwiches, so plenty of different places to go. There are also, you'll find up there some information stands from the associations who are working with us, and so you can get some information and talk with them as well. There'll be a dedicated session on that this afternoon. Thank you very much, and everybody back here at 1300, please. Thank you.
Okay, for everybody online, good afternoon. And please now, we start the afternoon session, and now you can make questions. Join the Slido following the QR code, and please select the session which corresponds to the title of the session per agenda item in order to make questions. Thank you. So we start the afternoon sessions with a series of briefings, so a couple of briefings from EASA side, following, of course, these insights that we have this morning. Already Natale have an answer to many of the questions that you have this morning. So I invite to the first briefing session on how can we improve the regulatory material for the open and specific category. Somebody you doesn't need actually an introduction. You know him very well. Natale Di Rubbo.
Good afternoon, and so welcome to the afternoon session. I hope that you had a good lunch. I'm sorry for the coffee, it's not Italian standard, but this is what we can offer here. So, we are going now to discuss discuss what are the the inputs that so far we received in order to improve the regulation. All this second part of the event is dedicated actually to receive a feedback from you. So we will, I will start to providing some information on what we are doing, but we will have then enough time for the audience to participate in the discussion. So you can ask questions either from the audience here or also on Slido, and we try to respond as much as possible. So there is the QR code, which there will be also a couple of surveys that now will be launched, that so you can answer to the survey. Then we will see the answer at the end of this panel. So the question that we want to discuss now is how we can improve the regulatory material. We already saw some interesting feedback this morning. I'm sure that there will be more that will come later. And also then we selected a number of topics where we think that we already have some possible good way to find solution for some kind of operations. So let's see what we are doing today in the European drone market. Let's start with some statistics already were mentioned this morning. We have now already quite a number of drone operators that are registered, more than 1.8 million. And also, as you can see, remote pilot certificate for the open category standard scenario now starts to be quite a large number. We have 29 light UAS unmanned operator certificates, and also standard scenario start to work. You can see that we have a number of declarations submitted. Regarding the authorization, see that there are 7 authorizations that are using SORA, and we have some authorization using PDRA. Now, PDRA S01, yeah, we have quite a number of applications, but for the other, it's a little bit less of what we were expecting. So, and you will discuss later this afternoon what is our proposal to improve the usability of the PDRA. But so you can see that the market is moving. So this is, I think, it is a good result, but we would like to see it a bit more. Let's have a discussion on where we are on the open category. So you know that you need to have a drone with class mark in the open category, and we have published on our website a list of drones that received a class mark from C0 to C6. At this moment, this list is based on voluntary request by the manufacturer. So if the manufacturer decides to have this information available through our website, they can contact EASA. Then there is a process to register the drone, and then the information is displayed. So I invite all manufacturers that have a drone with class mark to enter. So there is the link is here. Enter into this website and register their drone. This information is not verified by EASA, so this means that it is according to the market regulation. So the drone can be declared or can be verified to notified body. So if it is here, does not mean that it's been verified by EASA, just that the process for the class mark has been completed. We also publish here drones with design verification report, or either for the drone itself, we have at this moment 1 Sail 3 drones that have design verification report, or for functions like mitigation, like a parachute or flight termination system, when it was accepted to design verification report. For example, we learned this morning that Azure drone, they have a design verification report. So also this information is here. And also the kits. We want to also include the kits to transform a drone into C5, or a kits to provide some mitigation, like also case parachute or flight termination, that can be then included into the drone. So for the open category, from a design point of view, also the pre-N for 709, you may be aware that has been published. So for that, we think that we are at a good stage. Regarding how to operate in the open category, I know that there is some request for making some simplification, and this afternoon we will have a panel on it. Maybe this will work sooner or later. No, it's not working. And try to change slide. Yeah. We think that's maybe one of the biggest challenges is to provide all the information needed in order to understand how to operate in the open category. This is why in our website we have several frequently asked questions, and also we are trying to publish guidelines on operation, actually both for the open and specific category, to include there all information that we are gathering, all lesson learned, best practice that we are gathering from you as stakeholders when we see that there is some good approach. Since there is a long rulemaking process for us to include in our easy access rule, so we decided that to publish these guidelines that are kept up to date. Then you can already start to use the information in the guidelines. You can provide us a feedback. So when this will be even more mature, we will introduce in the acceptable means of compliance or guidance material in easy access rule. You may be aware, for example, that last week we published guidelines on how to operate drones in the open category over railways. Already it was we had the guidance to how to operate over moving vehicle, over cars, roads. We have also operation over railways. Then, maybe what is also interesting for you is more the specific category where most of professional operation may happen. So, what we think are the main challenges to operate in the specific category? So, first is to conduct the risk assessment. We published SORA in 2019. That was the results of several years of work from JARUS, and was really the best document that could be published at that time. Then after the 3 years of implementation of SORA 2.0, we found that there were some room for improvement, some area that should be simplified, some language that it was really too complicated. So this is why the new SORA 2.5 was developed. You may be already aware about the content of the SORA 2.5, so I'm not going to go in the description of the SORA. So the SORA 2.5 was published by JARUS in May this year. We are now finalizing the Europeanization. This means that we are just having some small adaptation, like for example, you know that in Europe, EASA is the competent authority for design, so we ask for design verification report or type certificate. So no change in the concept, only how to apply the SORA here in Europe. We are not going to do another consultation of SORA because it was already consulted through JARUS, but still we will do what we call a focus consultation. So consultation only with the authorities and with the association, European Association on Drones. So this is also why we are having this event here, to let you understand how important it is for you to be part of association, because we cannot talk to each individual companies, and we need to have someone that gathers all the inputs and interface to EASA. So if you are part of an association, then you will be able to consult, to receive this document and provide your feedback. This feedback will be during the month of December. So starting end of November, so during all the months of December. Then we are planning to introduce SORA 2.5 in the first quarter of next year. So after this very quick consultation, it will be immediately applicable. So you can already start to apply SORA 2.5 in your authorization. However, authority may still accept application using SORA 2.0, because so if you have all the package ready for SORA 2.0, you should not then restructure everything according to 2.5. There is no change in the safety approach between 2.0 and 2.5. This means that an authorization issued with SORA 2.0 will still be valid with SORA 2.5, when SORA 2.5 will become applicable. Okay? So this should not be a complicated. So SORA 2.5 was meant more to simplify the approach, clarify, but at the end, the level of safety is the same. Another challenge we also heard this morning is standards, need for standards. So through SORA now we have the identification of what are the safety objectives, what are the mitigation that you may use in order to show that your operation is safe. But considering that you have a large number of operations so different each other, we cannot provide one recipe that is valid for all. So we need to then rely on standard. So possibly on industry standard. We know that there are several standardization bodies that are working on it. Since we see that the number of standards developed by industry was a little bit delayed, so EASA decided to create some means of compliance for those, at least those elements that we found that was more urgent. This is why in our website, you can find the means of compliance for containment, for the mitigation as a parachute, and for other topic. And you can do it on the link here to find it. We also try to identify what are the standards that are already available that may be acceptable by EASA, but they need to have an assessment if they're good enough. This is why we launched the Shepherd project. You may be aware of it. So now we received the recommendation from Shepherd, and we are going to publish some means of compliance reflecting the recommendation from Shepherd. Another element is the European Standardization Coordination Group that is led by EASA and is where all the standardization body sits every 3-4 months together with the associations, the drone association, in order to identify what are the gaps that are coming actually from this Shepherd project and how we may better fill this gap in order also to avoid that there is an overlap between the activity from the different standardization body. And here we are trying to have a global view. So here we have a standardization body from Europe and from US, mostly, and from UK actually. So also I invite you to join standardization body, because one of the challenges that we find is that the reason why we don't have standards is because of lack of manpower on standardization body. So they rely on your experience to go there and help to develop a standard that may meet the requirements. So please, also it's a pledge to you, join the standardization body. Then another important challenge is the development of the operation manual. At the end, what is SORA? SORA is just a methodology that helps the operator and also the authority to make sure that you evaluate all different aspects that makes an operation safe. And the results is that you have a proper drone, so that comply with some technical requirements, but then you have also all the procedures in place, and it is clarified to all your personnel. Procedures means operations manual. So the operation manuals is the main product of SORA. So to have an operation manual that is written in a way that where you take into account all possible threats, and also with a format that is also understood by the authority. So maybe here the problem that we are having is that we are all coming from the aviation world. Operator sometimes are coming from a different sector, so we may have also different language. So this is why we publish, with the support of also here of JARUS and several European aviation authority, a template of operation manual. You can find on our website. And so, and you will see also this afternoon that with JARUS, we are trying to define example operation manual for each PDRA. So this, and also in a more modular approach, so then we add some flexibility. But so the most important thing is to write a good operation manual, and the operation manual is for the purpose of your personnel to understand what they need to do in order to make an operation safe. So all these elements is what impacts on the time to receive an authorization. Because in order for the authority to give you an authorization, they need to make sure that you considered all, that you have good procedures, that your operation will be safe. So with this example, we should reduce the time to receive an authorization. Then we are now considering what are the improvements that we need to introduce into the regulation. So both 947, that is the regulation for the operation, and 945, the regulation for the verification of the drone. So first of all, we think that the concept that is defined in the regulation is working fine. So we don't want to have major change. And we need to also give stability to the sector. But there are some small improvements that needs to be introduced. For example, this morning we heard very well that one of the issue is the geographical zones. Geographical zones is quite a powerful tool for the member states, but at this moment the regulation is very weak, very vague, and has room for interpretation. So different nations are providing geographical zones in different way. We established a task force together with the authority that already produced some proposal on the change on the article for geographical zones, with the aim to have, first of all, geographical zones presented in the same way all over Europe. When you fly from one nation to another nation, you should not then be confused because the map is presented in a different way. And also the unique digital format that we heard this morning, that was, this morning we heard there was the AD269, but in reality you may be aware that Eurocai developed and published last year the new format AD318. It is just an improvement of the AD269. So we are going to make sure that all information are provided according to this new format, and everything is the same all over Europe. Potentially, also, you will see tomorrow where we talk about the Innovative Mobility Hub, we may have one single map of Europe on our Innovative Mobility map. This is where we may go, but we will see how things will evolve. Second is the competency for remote pilot in the specific category, and really was happy to see the presentation from Azure Drone. Yeah, we think that we need to be flexible there, because especially when we go to the practical training, I don't know what kind of practical training should have one pilot that is controlling maybe 100 drones. And so this also, we need to have your feedback from there. So it will be important to have this interaction with all of you through associations. We are going to revise the requirements for the light unmanned certificate, mostly because when we developed that time was not clear very well, we're not clear how to manage the LUC, but not to change also here the approach. It's just to standardize better what are the privileges, how to gain the privileges, but also here, the concept remain the same. We are getting also some concern, especially from the investigation authorities, that they are not able to receive data from manufacturer when there is, for example, an accident. And today the regulation is more focused on the operator. All the responsibilities there. We need to a bit balance and also identify better what are the responsibility on the manufacturer. And then the last point that from will look like a big change, but really we are having a new section on all the authority requirements, because today we don't have a chapter describing what are the requirements on the authority. And this will help also the standardization, because one of the problems where today we have different interpretation, because in the other regulation that we have in aviation, there is a full chapter for the authority. For the drones, we did not introduce, because at that time there was a project to have the regulation for authority requirements to be independent and apply to all domains. So we would have removed from the ops regulation, the workplace regulation, we'd have one regulation for the authority requirements. But this project then stopped, And so now the drone regulation is without the authority requirements, so just by mistake. So at the end, no change, it just improve this, the harmonization of the requirement. So the timeline on how to improve the drone regulation. So we will, by mid of next year, we will work on developing this proposal. Also in this case, first, we are going to discuss with authority and association to define what is the content of the proposal. And then in second half of next year, we are publish what we call NPA, Notice of Proposed Amendment. This is just a proposal from EASA that will be then for public consultation. So everybody will be able to provide their comments, will be the standard 3 months consultation period. And then depending on the number of comments that we are receiving, potentially in 1 year later, we may publish what we call an opinion. The opinion is the formal proposal to the Commission for a change to the regulation. After this, normally what happens is that the Commission takes the proposal, start another round of consultation according to the rule with mostly with the authority, but also with industry. And typically 1 year more or less later, we may have the change introduced in the regulation. So more or less will be 2027 at the earliest. Other area where what will provide you an update is the update on the certified category. Also this morning we heard from our executive director that we were very happy to have published this year the first set of regulation for what will be the new innovative air mobility. So at this moment, we focused on the airworthiness requirements, initial and continuing airworthiness, for all drones that will be operating in the specific category, Cell 5 and Cell 6, where you know that a type certificate according to Part 21 is required. So there were some adjustments to the Part 21 to introduce elements like the command unit, how to certify the command unit. There can be independent certification. So small adaptation, because Part 21, as it is, was already adequate, so very minor. But we had to introduce a completely new regulation for the continuing airworthiness of the drones that are in Cell 5 and Cell 6. And then instead, for the manned part of the vertical takeoff landing drones, so at this moment, VTOL with a pilot on board, we develop some adaptation, some changes to a set of regulation in order to enable this kind of operation. We also publish MCAGM, so means of compliance and guidance material for both with the 2 MPA that you can see here. So the timeline. So the regulations are applicable as of 1st May 2025. There will be the decision that will be published hopefully in Q1 next year with the MCGM. And then we are going to focus on the implementation of the new regulation. Then in 2026, we are resuming the rulemaking because we need to do then the second phase. We need to address the other kind of operations. For example, the VTOL without a pilot on board. Then we have, you know, that we have published most of you are aware that we have a concept paper where we identified 3 different kinds of operation for the certified category. So we are going then to address the full spectrum of the certified category. So I want to be brief here in order to give you time for questions, because really we would like to hear from you. So all this 2 days event is organized in a way where you are the protagonist. You can tell us what you think. You can tell us where to focus. So now it's time for questions. And I don't know if you have any question on the Slido. So I see there are some questions on the Slido. Yeah, so here in the... Good, so we will see at the end. So maybe we can start with some questions on the Slido. I see there are some, and then also here on the audience. Maybe, okay. What kind of typical safety measures are anticipated in the new adjacent area defined in SORA 2.5? So you may be aware that SORA 2.5, what may be one of the most important changes is the containment. In reality, when at the beginning we were starting to develop the full regulatory material, we had the impression that the flyaway, so the probability that the pilot lost control and the drone will go in an area that with higher risk could be quite frequent. Instead, we saw that it's not something that is so frequent, even if in reality we don't have yet data, good data, in order to assess how much safe is our relation, how much safe is is the operation that we are doing. So one of the pledges that we will see also in the following panel is that we need to share data with us, so then we can understand if sometime maybe we were over conservative, maybe happen, or to understand how effective our regulation. So for SORA 2.5, a big change was in the containment. In reality, there is a reduction in the requirements, and also is a simplification on how to identify the risk of the adjacent area, and you need just to have the average population density. So you will see that in the document that we are going to share with SORA 2.5, now there are all the instructions that is quite simplified, hopefully also easier to understand, with also some table that with example of what is the requirements for containment for drone up to 1 meter, 3 meter, 5 meter, and so on. So really things are simplified, and we don't expect that there's ambiguity as we had in SORA 2.0, where it was not clarified the size of the adjacent area, how to calculate the risk, and so on. So from this point of view, SORA 2.5 provide a big simplification. So next, 27 votes. SORA 2.5 implies more precise information about population density in area of operation, EASA told a year ago. There will be a service provider for such information in real time. Are there already any such service providers established around? Thanks. Population density, I'm not sure if we are going to tackle in detail. No, I don't think we are tackling details in these days, but population density is also an important piece that is in support of SORA 2.5. So SORA 2.5, for those that are not 100% familiar, will require the operator to draw the operational volume, so where you want to fly, and then assess how many people are living that area, so what is the population density, and there are some quantitative values of population density, 5 people per square kilometer, 50, 500, 5,000, and so on. So then based on these values, you can identify what is the ground risk class. So larger is your drone, more people are there, more risky is the operation. So everything works only if you have good maps that provide this population density. We are working together with EUSPA and with Copernicus to develop a layer of population density where that will cover at least the full Europe, but I think that then the system will be then expanded for all the world actually. And this layer will be made available on the Innovative Air Mobility Forum, and this will be for free. Now, this will have some limitations because, for example, the information will be based on the census data. So this means that today you are at home. EASA is empty according to this data. While instead you know that is different. So this layer will identify some area that we consider critical. So for example, a shopping area that normally is empty, then will be considered critical. So this means that if you want to fly over there, either you fly with a certified drone or you go to the next step that will be the dynamic population density data. That is something that we will develop. We already have another task force that is working on it. But this kind of data we cannot probably provide for free. So then there will be the second layer. But so we are trying to find already some solutions that will help operator to already start operation using population density map and try to reduce as much as possible the instances where you need to have more detailed maps like those with dynamic population density. Okay, how do you suggest manufacturer proceed with flight testing prior to receiving design verification for medium risk category? Yeah, but this is the topic that we're going to discuss tomorrow because it's a very important question. We always are said that in Europe, testing is very complicated, and we're giving even an advantage to non-European manufacturers because they can do some experience outside of Europe. We think it is a matter of interpretation. We think that we should be able already today to do some kind of testing. So this is why we develop a dedicated panel. So I invite you to participate to the panel tomorrow, if I remember, on the testing. Will there be the grandfather rights for existing SORA 2.0 based on authorization when it comes to extending those? So the only thing that we are going to suggest that, first of all, will be being a means of compliance is the responsibility of the National Aviation Authority to treat the authorization already given. So we are having a coordination. Actually, after this meeting on Wednesday, we will continue the meeting with the authority also on this kind of subjects in order to have an harmonized view. And the suggestion that will be from EASA is that since SORA 2.0 is as safe as SORA 2.5, there is no reason why the authorization should not be recognized. So you can still be continue to do your operation on SORA 2.0. In some cases, is an interest from the operator to go to SORA 2.5 because they may have some reduction in the requirements, especially in containment. So I don't know if we saw some question from the audience. So maybe in the meantime, I go to the next question. In the meantime, you prepare from the question from Raul. So next, when UA will be allowed to operate above 500 feet in G-type airspace? Right now, it is not possible to mitigate with SORA 2.0. Yeah, so first, G-type airspace, we are talking about a class of airspace that is called uncontrolled. So that is all the airspace that are outside of the airport. Where the problem that we have is that we may have manned aircraft that they don't have ADS-B, or they don't have any way to be detected, any conspicuity system. So the problem that we have that the handle of the air risk is problematic. And this is a problem that we know it is present. Is also today the SORA 2.0 is not providing a very easy methodology on how to assess the air risk. And unfortunately, SORA 2.5 is not helping because for the air risk, we still need to do some additional work. And today in JARUS is under development a new version of SORA that is called SORA 3.0. In reality, the reason why it was called SORA 2.5 is because it's only half of the development, because the second half will be the air risk that will come so will be published potentially by JARUS next year, at the end of next year. So it depends how things are going. And then we are going to use in Europe. So now regarding operation in Class G airspace, we have a panel tomorrow. So we'll have some discussion. But at this moment, the best solution that we have is a U-space. So, but also this one we are going to discuss a bit more in detail in the next panels tomorrow. But U-space will be the solution, or we also have another panel on the conspicuity system. Then here also we need to work a little bit more. So we have a question from Raul. Please, Raul.
Thanks, Natale. One short remark and one question. The short remark is about population density. One company in Austria has made very good experiences with data from telcos. They have all the data about population density last year, different periods, seasons of the year, but they want money. The question is, if someone in Europe wants to pool all this information and make it easier and more affordable for everyone to get this information. That's just a remark. The question is about one thing I missed in the presentation, and I know we have a workshop later, but I missed some kind of timetable for publishing new STS and PDRAs by EASA. Because as specific is getting more and more detailed, some here would say complicated, STS and PDRAs would save us so much time. So are there any plans to publish a lot of more new STS and PDRAs? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Raul. So regarding the economic part, yeah, so we have a strategy or an approach on how to make for free static population density, because these are coming from Copernicus, EUSPA, and is already paid by the Commission through that project. Regarding the dynamic population density, this is also a commercial market, and there is some work also to gather the information. So we don't think that at this moment we can provide it for free. So this is something that we will discuss in the future, but I think that we are only going to provide how these kind of maps may reach the minimum level of acceptability that each state may require in each nation. But otherwise, we are only offering the static map. However, as I told you, we are trying to reduce as much as possible the use of the dynamic. So regarding the STS and PDRA, so we have a panel, yeah. After again is this afternoon, yeah, is this afternoon on this topic. Standard scenario. We are going to discuss this afternoon that standard scenario. Unfortunately, they are appendix to the regulation, and maybe then after this afternoon we will explain why there needs to be appendix to the regulation. So we have now the opportunity. So this means that we need to introduce not a means of compliance, but in the regulation. So it's a little bit longer process. So we have now the opportunity with the proposal that I said we are going to share next year to introduce a standard scenario. And we want to. And we are going to have also a survey, what is your proposal for standard scenario? So we can do. PDRA, Predictive Risk Assessment, that instead are means of compliance, while instead standard scenario are part of the regulation. So more flexible, we can publish very quickly because we have a different approach. Yeah, we already have 5, I think, more PDRA that are under development. But first, we need to find a way to make them more usable, because if we do only for 30 operations over Europe, it's a lot of effort for us to develop a PDRA. So let's first find a way on how to make them in a way that is more useful for you. Then we'll see, hopefully, that we have thousands of PDRA applied, and then we can progress with the other. But we are happy here to discuss and to receive inputs from you. So let's go to the next. Okay. If you can introduce yourself, so also the people online will know who is talking. Maybe another mic. So can we?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Luca Palessi. I'm the director of airspace of the Italian Civil Aviation Authority, ENAC. Well, about the operation in Class Golf airspace, I have to tell you that Class Golf airspace usually goes down to the surface. Therefore, even at 400 feet you are, and below you are in Class Golf airspace. The difference is the density of traffic. I mean, below 500 feet, you need a special authorization from the authority to fly, and therefore is the density, not obviously not around airports, but away from air traffic circuits, is really low, but is essential traffic, for example, helicopter ambulance, HEMS. Now, think about one element, that you are waiting for an air ambulance in helicopter to pick you up after an accident. It's your life at stake. And they say, okay, now we have to wait 10 minutes because we have a lot of roads going around. So this begins to give you a perspective. During this morning, I said someone talking about legacy aviation. I don't know if you were talking about the Red Baron aircraft. There are not many of them flying around. We have aviation. So the important is that the airspace is not of the drones, it's of everybody. and we have to share. Unfortunately, we don't have a way of mixing in this moment in a safe manner the see and avoid traffic, which is usually in the uncontrolled space, and the UAS, especially if operated beyond visual line of sight. That's a reality. And instead of Caesar, we need Nostradamus to conjure some way of mixing this traffic, this kind of traffic, which is, I mean, a challenge that we have. Mr. Pagetti showed we are actively involved in establishing a U-space, but this problem is still there. And really, we don't know exactly how to solve it. I mean, at the beginning, we are saying, okay, if there is an ambulance, an helicopter ambulance, or a police helicopter, we ask the drones to simply go down, because conspicuity alone is not enough. Because if someone comes at 100 knots, the drones simply don't have enough time to get out their way. So this is a problem that we have to in some way solve. There are some elements that we can apply. For example, asking the manned to make a kind of flight authorization with a very high priority level, so that this can be processed very speedy and have. But this is a problem that is still open and would be even more difficult if you fly above 500 feet, but not because it is Gulf airspace, but because of the traffic density of manned, especially those VFR that are flying using see and avoid, is much higher. And therefore, the probability of an encounter simply rises. So please take those indications into consideration when discussing about airspace. Space is a common resource used by a lot of people, and therefore we have to have a safe share of these precious resource. Thank you.
Can you show the poll? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Luca.
Just to reply to Luca, you are especially invited to participate in the UAS task force for the air risk. We have a specific task force of the UAS, is led by FOCA. I welcome you there. So to join us, because we are dealing with these topics in this task force. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I think that we are now at the end of our panel, so we don't have time for additional questions. So the poll, we saw that here we have the SAIL-3 regulatory. So there was challenges in the specific category. Yes, SAIL-3 plus regulatory uncertainties. So maybe this will be interesting to have some additional detail on what are the uncertainties. So this is something that we will ask then the association to come with a detail of where do you think we should improve there. And assess population density, I told you that this is something that we are already now is under development. So we have a task force, one task force for the static population density, another one for the dynamic population density. It's open to everybody. So if you think that you can contribute, please provide us an email, and we will going to involve you. And then we want to have guidance for technical requirements. This is why we are publishing all the means of compliance. Yeah, we know, but also here. Technical requirements the guidance should be standards developed by industry. So please join standardization body. We are coordinating them, but a lot of time happens that we are in a meeting and there are only 1-2 persons from industry that is in the meeting. So it cannot be done if you are not involved in those bodies. Okay, so I think that. The second poll, air risk clarification. Air risk clarification, also here, we have a air risk task force from the authority that is developing guidance on how to apply the current SORA 2.0. But the big change will come with SORA 3.0. That will introduce a simplified way to classify the air risk. Today and tomorrow we are going to discuss some elements of it, But also here, it's something that we need to do together. Where we need to find a way how we can give you the tool to really classify the risk. But I think it is time now for the next panelist, because otherwise then we'll be too late.
Thank you very much, Natale. So very good presentation as usual. I'm not gonna move very long because I need to introduce the next speaker. So Stephane Vaubourg, he doesn't need also introduction. So he's our guru on U-space. So, and he will provide us an update on where we are and what is coming.
Yeah, better like that. So good afternoon. Yes, I will present you what we are aiming at for U-space. So as you just have heard, U-space is the solution. So I will try to convince you. Starting with something we need to clarify. Does it work? Yes. As you heard this morning, I think that U-space is really a strategic domain that we continue to foster the implementation, to foster the technical development that are associated to the implementation. And also I heard, and I have one slide to that, but it's more for you to give some inputs after that on economical development and business model.
Stephane, 1 second for everybody on the Slido. Please, you need to switch the session, the room. So now you need to go to how to create momentum for U-space implementation. I forgot.
Then done. I would have less questions, but too bad. Anyway, so yeah, so it's a strategic domain for EASA for sure, but we are not the only one striving for the development of U-space. There is a huge latency. Yeah. For that, for sure, we are answering to the European Commission, and we are working in close coordination with them and the various member states. We have a privileged partner in that framework that are, as you heard this morning, you saw exactly the support they are providing to us in terms of research development, blueprint, and etc. And especially the projects that are DSD, so at the ultimate level of maturity that we are looking at for the implementation of U-space in Europe, for instance, the Birdie and You Welcome project that are directly managed by CESAR. We are also working in close coordination with Eurocontrol, for which we are also sharing information. You heard this morning maybe the notion of a European network of U-space stakeholders that are a group of organization, entities having an interest in U-space, where indeed I invite you to join because we are exchanging a lot. We are going in different places of Europe in order to also to touch the people where they are and to discuss a bit how to foster the implementation. We are supported by the industry. I have put 2 associates there because they are involved for a long time in U-space, and GUTMA is really helping us to develop additional materials, and they are supporting their own industry and organization for instance, certification. AMI, and I will have some slides. We have coordination, and we're contributing as much as we can on the STM, but definitely you're okay. We are definitely following what they do. So where we are today in terms of implementation. I said this morning we had the opportunity this year to launch the first survey in terms of implementation, EASA survey on the implementation of U-space beginning of that year. We got some information and feedback for what is the reality of the implementation. First, in terms of maturity, we'll not go to all the details, but just to say that we have the 2/3 of the member states that are directly contributing and working on the implementation. So may believe that is not enough, still not enough, but as you have understood, I hope this morning, some activities are quite complex, quite lengthy, so that's normal that the member states are still preparing themselves, are still preparing their activities. And it's also reason one, we have not yet U-space airspace totally designated because it takes time. The problematic we have there is 1/3 of the member states are not that interested, not then willing to go for U-space. And here we'll have to find some incentive to show that there is interest for the industry, there is interest for economical development, and it's not that complicated to go there. In terms of figures, we have roughly 30 U-space airspace candidates spread all over Europe. We have 15 projects that certainly will go to designation and 5 advanced projects. You saw 2 this morning. Single seats, 10 candidates, 2 ongoing certifications. USSP, 15 candidates, 5 plus 1 I've discovered during the lunch break that I was forgetting 1, so 6 ongoing certifications, including 2 non-UASA. So that's the framework today. The figures are evolving weeks after weeks, month after month. The thing that we have to monitor is the trend, because we have a status today. What will be important to see is the evolution along years. If we stay at that level, that will be certainly not satisfactory. We need to see an increase in terms of certification, in terms of designation, in terms of member states ready to go for U-space. What we have discovered as well, at least confirmed, because we had some discussion in the past, is that there is a certain level of risks that are associated to the implementation and inherent to the solutions that and paths that are taken by some member states. No big surprise, and tomorrow we'll have a workshop on that. Some confusion in the role and responsibilities in U-space that we are regularly tackling, the role of the single seats, the role of USSP, that are still a bit, let's say, it's not understood, because I believe people are understanding, but interpreting the regulation, which stretch a bit the allocation per the regulation. And we have 7 potential non-compliance that we will have to tackle through, if it comes, the standardization activities that we are going to have. So for that, I want to present what has been seen by Florian this morning, the activities that we are going to do with each of the member states. And here, where EASA is going to assess the implementation of U-space among the member states. So we do basic things. I will go to a bit of details, but what we want to see is first if the member states are meeting their legal obligation. They have new rules, they have new things to do, they have a new support to provide to the industry, and they need to make it, and need to make it happen. We are going to check if the procedures they have, if the implementation they are seeing and seeking out complies with the regulation as well. Ultimately, we are also looking at what they do concretely with what we call their undertaking. So the undertaking that were in single CISP and USSP. Something we want to achieve is the mutual recognition of certificates. For instance, when an organization has a certificate from one of the states, it can go in a seamless manner to another one. So we need to build trust in that certificate, and so to ensure all of you that if there is a movement of a USSP, that's good. I mean, there is nothing to challenge. So for that, we are going to see what is done by the various member states. We will use, as said this morning, the survey in order to identify where we need to go first and the priorities in terms of inspection. We'll make 3 inspections per year, and we have the 2 first in next month. In November, we go to 2 countries. We will have the same discussion. You will receive, so the competent authorities are there. I need to inform you that you will receive some questionnaires. Those questionnaires are built on the ATM framework because we are following the ATM program. So it's not an inspection which will deal with U-space independently of the rest. We try to find synergies and also to reduce the burden on you. You all, competent authorities and industry, will follow the ATM and ANS and standardization program and practices, meaning that the questionnaires that you receive, the format, the spirit is inspired from that, so you will not be lost. And the undertaking, meaning the single CISP again and the USSP, will also receive a questionnaire. Those are already ready. And we'll perform the assessment that I am in order to make sure that we are achieving a certain level of harmonization all over Europe, favoring the free movement of USSP, for instance, solving some issues in terms of interoperability and so on. So that will be a key activity that we'll perform all along the next years. We'll continue to support the harmonization in the less formal way with direct communication, ad hoc discussion with the member state. We had some yesterday afternoon. We have regular discussion with some of the member states and really encouraging the member states and their competent authorities to come to us. It's easier to discuss ahead of time than to have a finding or to discuss an issue during the standardization. And we'll continue the task force, on the certification of USSP insurgencies with all the member states. We have 27 now, or 22 member states. So there is a big question overall on the level of readiness of the full ecosystem. We are missing some big parts still, so that's somehow a break to the implementation, and we need to really work on that in order to accelerate the pace. Interoperability of system, we don't have standards that are fully recognized with a consensus in industry. For certification, we are discovering that the organization, especially the neutrons, have difficulty to go forward certification. We don't have yet what we call onboarding process. So for instance, a USSP going to a new country, what are supposed to be done with the local authorities, what kind of tests they need to perform and to show the local authorities. We don't know exactly yet. We have some proposal, but there is no consensus. We are missing technical standards. As said by Parrot, very good point, we miss some requirements for network remote ID. We have solutions, but it's not harmonized, it's not standardized, and we need to go further. I heard simplification, so it was already anticipated. We need to look on simplifications. I will come back in a second. We need to discuss, more for you than for us, EASA, the business model, and to clarify what is a good business model in U-space. And we need to welcome new entrants that were not expected. For instance, surveillance data provider, weather information data provider, that are not totally well placed in the framework. We have a workshop on that tomorrow as well. So for that, we need really to go from we could do something to we effectively do. Some are actively and hardly working on the implementation. Some others are, some organizations a bit behind, and we really need to progress on that. So we'll do our best EASA to continue to foster the implementation. And I say in compliance because it's easy to do somehow, a bit less easy if we want to reach a consensus and ensure the compliance all over Europe. The business model, I go very fast because that's not something we are usually tackling. I took the commitment with the industry to put that point on the table. That's something that arose during the preparatory meeting that we have with the workshop. There is a lot of concerns on the economic viability of U-space. U-space is a complex system. For sure, the development of the organization, the software, all the system and platform are huge investments. The compliance, to comply with the regulatory framework, and here I'm even not saying to be certified, there is a cost for sure, but to make sure that what is done is compliant with the regulation. Somehow you are tight, you don't have the business model that you want to have. For instance, we are not in a system with a hyper-centralized single CISP like a NSP having all the revenues for themselves, they need to share. So that's a limit to the viability. There are some problems of funding. Fees and charges, the volume of operations, we heard this morning, but we don't know. It will be 10 per day, 100, 1,000, we don't know. Business opportunities, it comes very regularly. We are developing a system. We're not extending the principle outside U-space space, but first today we don't have the basic regulatory framework to do that, and we don't have the technical requirement in there. So there are plenty of things that indeed can be done. We see the challenge. For us, EASA, it's a bit difficult to help you in that things. If there are very strong concerns about the economic viability of U-space, it needs to be fed back to the Commission to say, okay, it will not work because for that you need to provide data, you need to provide metrics, or you need to provide objectives. Definitely your competent authorities and member states needs to be in the loop because they may help locally to develop the system. That's the case in some countries. For instance, I give you something I know, the certification is free in some countries. So some taxes may be relieved. So the member state may help, may create some incentive for that. And for us, EASA, if you have some requirements that we may help to integrate, for instance, scalability. So what means scalability in U-space? How many operations we should have in a U-space space to make it viable? Here we can discuss. But at the end, I will present now the roadmap of the rulemaking task. So we will continue the development of the regulatory framework from next year. We will start, I hope, to have the kickoff meeting end of Q1, Q2 next year. With NPA, which for publication, you will have the opportunity to review and to comment by the end of the year, and a decision, let's take Q2 2026. The idea is to continue the development of U-space, to integrate the feedback that we already received, and you heard some feedback already provided by the Belgian authorities on some notions of proximity that we will integrate. We need to improve the quality on some areas and provide technical clarification. Not only that, I come to more details on the next slide. What we'll start also to evaluate are some areas that for the moment are not totally captured in the regulatory framework. For instance, the user interface and the weather information service that we need to discuss. And we'll perform some workshop depending on our capacity to organize such a big event next year as well to launch the discussion. So for the details. On the first batch of MCGM. So I've not put everything, but I want you to give you some ideas where we are aiming at. The first thing I think we need to work on is the development and improvement of the flight authorization service. Associated to that, the conformance monitoring. Surprising, but we don't know yet totally. We have some solutions, but again, it's not harmonized or fully harmonized. We don't know exactly the operational data that needs to be transmitted between USSP, between the operators, what needs to be integrated in the flight authorization. So how to build the flight plan and from which data. We are lacking alignment with the SORA. So we need to reconcile some notion of flight geography, operational volume. So what needs supposed to be done by an operator having that background of SORA and what needs to be transmitted to the USSPs. There are some discussion of deviation thresholds. So what is a good safety margins around the operation? Can it vary? Is it fixed? Where it comes from? For the volumes, we also had some presentation this morning from HHLA. So how do we build a flight authorization considering sub-volumes? And I would like to introduce some flexibility. First, because we have dynamic changes that may appear in the U-space airspace, a dynamic airspace reconfiguration, for instance, or operationally, the operators may want to change the trajectory along the flight. Today, it's not that clear how to achieve that. And we have some use cases where the operations may start outside U-space, enter in U-space, get out, or vice versa, starting in, getting out, getting back. Today, we don't have the proper level of guidance enabling that. Streamlining. I would like to make a bit of semantic there. So simplification is not we give up what we have today. Streamlining and simplification is really to help all the stakeholders to do better and more efficient way. So it means development of additional MCGM, more guidance, really to frame, instead of being vague, do something right, do something safe, do something efficient, to define altogether what needs to be done, and to give that blueprint to the stakeholders. That's how I see how to streamline and ease the implementation. Very first thing, as we said this morning, airspace risk assessment, that's extremely difficult. I can understand there are numerous unknown, many things to tackle. If we can provide already some fixed variable, if we're able to provide some technical inputs to the various actors making the ARA, I think we will help them for the implementation. So I'm really looking from the industry also to help us to freeze a certain level of minimum performances. According to that, or associated to that, the coordination mechanism that we may also try to help. I saw this morning, for instance, good thing, some matrices or checklists that we can maybe generalize and deploy all over Europe in order to help the authorities do that. We have new entrants and USSP providing external services, weather data, surveillance. We need to see where we put them in the framework. Very likely they will be under the responsibility of the USSP. Similarly, I have a slide at the end of the presentation. We need to discuss about the data exchanges between USSP following the ASTM and EuroCase standard. And for the rest, I already said. Exploratory activities. One something very important to tackle is the weather information service. The reality is that today we are meeting the operators in the discussion. So we don't know what are the operational needs. So I would propose to start from the operators, what they need to have in terms of weather information data, what they need to have in terms of services, the granularity, the accuracy, the type of parameter they need in order to safely enable the operations. Without that, it will be difficult to engage more discussion. Quite likely, we need to have local or micro weather information. So what we need to have is between the EASA and the cathedral. That's really something that I think we need to have in terms of added value of the service compared to conventional med provider. We need to see the safety criteria that we need to allocate to that. And I don't know if you heard, but you did not, but nobody in Europe today is requiring the weather information service. So we are not able to justify what is the added safety value for this service. So we need to see or to define maybe some threshold or explain to the member states how interested is this service and what are the criteria to make it mandatory. And today we don't have any guidance. And there are some link with the flight authorization service to be there. Network element ID, I don't go to detail because actually it has been already discussed this morning by Parrot. Yes, we need to go further. We have some working group, especially focused on protocol that we call LTE. We have some industry group that we are following, and we may have some proposal. But I would like to have a wider discussion with all the stakeholders. HMAN and human factors, we are developing interfaces. We are expecting some behavior from the operators, etc. And we have not specified any kind of information. So we don't know if the information we'll provide to the operators will be properly interpreted, if the behavior that we expect or assuming of the operators will be the right one. So there are a lot of to do from an operator perspective, not forgetting on the control as well, because on the other side of the spectrum, when we have a U-space space in control area, we have also an impact on the ATC or ATS unit, and we should also discuss those aspects. We may look on further standardized blueprint or use cases of U-space space in various environments, urban environment, peri-urban, high density, low density, in order to help the implementation. There are some notions of local U-space coordinator that are emerging, coming from the port authorities, for instance, but not only. So what do we need to have as coordinator for a local environment? Cross-border operations. I heard that today we don't have real cases. As soon as we have, we need to work on it. And as in by this morning, we need to anticipate at some point we have artificial intelligence in U-space. So we are part of a rulemaking task managed by EASA, by other colleagues. One USSP is present in the discussion and some experts. So we'll see how to connect the two worlds. I go fast on the industry standard to say that we are still relying on two main providers, ASTM and EUROCAE. We have new standards on the ASTM that will be interesting with the discussion. I just have hint, weather data. So there are some parameters that are there. There are some new rules in terms of weather data provider. You have performance requirement that's interesting. SDSP is surveillance data system provider. Sorry if I'm wrong. With all the new entities that, for instance, will acquire the e-conspicuity information and will share with the SSP. The other one are well known, so it's not NED, it's by extension, but it's remote ID, it's USS interoperability that being updated. So we need to relook at those standards and to see how we can take the most of them in order to ease the implementation. EUROCAE, as already hint, we need to go for the 318 for Geozone and U-space. There are two new standards that are being developed by EUROCAE about the ICD, how to exchange information between USSPs. Those things are not coming in isolation. As said by Lino, we also had the Shepherd projects, and we need to take some conclusions from that. So for instance, the ASTM standard have a certain interest on some areas, but in the whole, but some parts, and I think we need to go further to better recognition of those things in the AMC, that will also help the implementation, knowing where the industry can find the guidance in order to support the implementation. And EUROCAE, it's a kind of feedback loop, which was not expected initially. The EUROCAE has taken some conclusions of the Shepherd project and developing a standard on flight authorization to complete, sorry for the complexity, to complete the ASTM standard. So there is a kind of triangle there, but at least EUROCAE is working on something that I hope will be appropriate. You will have a discussion on presentation to that tomorrow. We have the ADSL for SRD 160. A second revision is being worked, which will increase and improve the standard for e-conspicuity for general aircraft, or man aircraft, generally speaking, including also the direct remote ID in that protocol. So that's very interesting in terms of technical development. Last thing I want to present about this data exchange, because it created a lot of discussion. That's a proposal. I think that's the first time I present the thing to you. There is still always some discussion and continued discussion, even during the preparation of the workshop. We have discussion with industry about two models that are a bit opposed in Europe: centralized, decentralized, how to exchange information. So I think to get out from there, there is a part of the industry more in favor or already implementing, as a matter of fact, the ASTM standard. Another part of the European industry looking more for the outcome of the EUROCAE working group. What we could do, that's the proposal, is to propose a certain level of flexibility and implementation. With one path following the implementation and the structure of the ASTM standard, for instance, the DSS, which is not recognized today as a sub-service, and to also use or offer the possibility on implementation based on the EUROCAE standard through what I put there, I don't have better word, exchange service. So a service which will get the information among the USSP and will reproduce them. That's that easy. The keyword, and here it's an absolutely fundamental, and if there is deviation to that, I don't know how we'll be us as able to recognize the standard, it's interoperability. At the minimum, the data. So the protocol necessarily will vary, but the data set needs to be the same to ensure a certain level of permanency. Because more than the data is the behavior of the system. If you need to exchange more data, you are expecting something else in terms of system elsewhere. And we don't want deviation from a service implementation in a certain way in part of Europe, another way in other part, additional things. So interoperability data is for me the lock to ensure that both will be compatible, I hope. Voilà. And looking for the next forum, I hope that we'll have that at some point. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephane. I think now we go for the Slido, and we have 30 minutes. And for those who wants to also in the room.
So I was not expecting the first question, but it's not the first time I see the concept. Anytime I ask them, because I know some stakeholders looking at it, so what is the U-space like? I have no answer. So sorry if I'm not able to answer directly to that. It's very costly, but it depends. If you have a good level of maturity, if you have good practices, I think it's not that costly. Unfortunately, for the first stakeholders taking the first implementation, indeed, there is a disadvantage because they are a bit in unknown territories and they are discovering everything and they are building their own way. I hope that with the feedback we are getting in a consistent manner, and really, I really praise the feedback we have from the Belgian authorities this morning, because I hope that we'll be in position to, again, simplify. To me, it's kind of bad word, but to streamline the implementation and to make it more accessible. So the cost, we'll see, time consuming indeed, but that's a complex environment, that's a complex thing, and you have many stakeholders to consult. That's a reality. Yeah, to compress, I don't know. So U-space Lite, I don't believe is the right way. We need first to improve and to tackle what are the difficulties in the current framework before to see something else. Or by default to go something else because the objective is too hard to achieve. Something that we might think in the future, because I saw that in some considerations, again, the provision of services outside USpace space. There is a strong demand of the industry, and especially some USSP to do there, which could be an intermediate way. So it's not full USpace, it's services outside the space, with a very big caveat and unknown is the detection, because the real interest of USpace, as everybody knows, is the capability of detection. And today, outside USpace, you cannot, even if you have a service provider, because there is no mandate for the manned aircraft to be conspicuous, as a matter of fact. So maybe, but for that we need to know exactly what is behind the concept, because anytime I ask again, I got no answer. Now, this one is very interesting. I hope next year to say, yeah, that's something we engage discussion with the drones team and Natale in particular, because for the framework, it's the background of the question. Indeed, the operator is still subject to the SORA. We already put a waiver for the USpace airspace, so meaning that when there is the operators are operating in the USpace airspace, we recommend the member states already to reduce the risk class to the RB. So there is already a waiver normally for the operators, because mechanically, the sale, we hope the sale will be reduced. Next step is to strengthen the coupling between the two. For instance, I put an idea on the table. We'll have to see if it's relevant, and we can further work on that, to use the USpace services as a TMPR, or to say, through the TMPR, if you're in USpace, you have the services, detection is achieved, and no more than that. So I think we have a lot to do in order to find a better coupling and to ease the analysis and the SORA when the operators operating in USpace airspace. That's clearly something we would like to do next year. Aviation, sorry, ground risk, excuse me, because I was focused on air risk. Ground risk, it's a bit more difficult. Containment could be interesting to have. Ground risk is very operation-centric or focus. It will be hard for the USpace to see what is the ground risk that are induced by the operations. We have something for the future, and here it's a call to the industry as well. I know that one USSP is discussing with USPA on that, is try to map the flight authorization with the population density. That's something that could work, but no more than that. Yeah. And USPA is welcome also to come to EASA to explain what they are aiming at. Next one. Alors, next one. Yeah. Sorry for.
Merci, Stephane.
Yeah.
One remark again and one question. The remark is about light U-space. I would say, I'm biased. National UTM systems are the light U-space. And I think they're not concurrents. They will profit from each other. U-space will profit from the experience they make in the national UTM systems. UTM systems will profit from the U-space. And in the end, both will help us, especially for beyond visual line of sight operations. We need both for BVLOS in the future. So let's keep it up, profit from each other. The question is just one I asked you last year again here in the workshop, same room, a U-space workshop. Will there be when will there be a dedicated section on the EASA website for what you said today about ongoing USpace certifications, TIS certifications, and USSP certifications?
Yes, answer to your question, that was planned. Unfortunately, for lack of resources, time, we see you have the team there, and USpace is Maya and myself, roughly speaking. So we are lacking time to make that thing open. It was planned last year. Alberto is there, already developed something. I noted well also the feedback from this meeting to ask for more clarity and to provide to the community a bit the state of the art in Europe and potentially where to make business. I got the point. We need to think about that. That's something that was planned. So yes, it will come, but we are a bit prioritizing the activities on what are the most important: standardization, certification, rulemaking. Yeah. Yeah. So if there is no other question, I go back to the Slido. USpace solution is true for advanced operation. Find your specific. I think it will help, or that's my hope, that will help. Alors, open, that's a bit difficulty because the open, they are already a bit aside of the generic framework, and they may perceive for instance, the subscription to the services they must have in order to operate in U-space space as a constraint. For the specific, I really hope that operating U-space will provide some relief in terms of a technical constraint, reduction of the sale, etc. So as I said, I think in specific, I see the interest, and U-space should be really a catalyst or enabler of the operations. For the open, we need to see, we need to make it light or make easy access for the operators in the open category. That's pretty clear. For instance, I started to hint human factors, big words, but at least user interfaces. But we need to sync the interfaces to that type of operators. Must be extremely easy. Ergonomy for them to get an easy access to the airspace. If we have a big machinery with tons of parameters to input to the system to get a flight authorization, that will not work for them. They will be mechanically excluded from the framework. So I think we still have work to do to embed the operators and the open category in the system.
Stephane, perhaps one more, and
yes. Let me read. There is no difference. Where is the why? Not sure to get. Somebody can help me to get the answer. So again, yes. I think I get the point. So again, yes. The goal is to take at a higher level, at a macro level, the air risk, and to relieve the operators from that analysis. So in terms of framework, but also to ensuring they have access to the technical information or operational data they have. Something with them that maybe not told enough. If you take the SORA today, we will ask you to detect, 50% of the traffic. There is no question, and many operators say, okay, but what I'm supposed to do from that? I don't know. I don't have data. I don't know who is flying. What are the requirements to be conspicuous or this kind of thing. In U-space, all those problems are solved by the framework. Any kind of aircraft, manned aircraft will be visible. The operators will have the information. We have also some strategic or in the structure of the airspace itself, some mitigations that are there. For instance, in controlled airspace, you have the DAR. So you have the certainty, let's say like that you will not, as operator, encounter a manned aircraft, provided you follow the procedure. But you have strategic mitigations that are there in the space framework, which also help the operators to safely operate. So we really do hope that the air risk, that's really the biggest interest for the operators, and all the rest, the services, etc., will help them. And I think we can stop there. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Big applause. So we try to finish a bit earlier because now we need to set up a little podium. EASA has talked already a lot. I think we have already explained where we're gonna go with the prioritization that we have done, and still no closing stone, but we have already explained in the areas of open specific and U-space, and we have explained what we believe we should be doing. Now it's time, I think, for the associations to tell us, is it correct? Are we in the right direction? Have we done a good prioritization exercise? Before that, and it was already said by our executive director, it is important that the UAS organize itself in associations, organize itself in an aggregated manner. As you have seen, our small team cannot interact with the 1.8 million UAS operators or UAS registered pilots, with the more than 300,000 operators. And we don't know yet how many USSPs, but definitively 1 or 2 per country, plus those third country USSPs. So we cannot interact with every of them. For us, it's important that the European industry organizes itself and try to agree as much as possible with a common message, try to agree to tell us what direction should we go, because if all these millions of operators tell us to go to this direction, the other to that direction, the other, so it's very difficult for the agency to make anything right. So this is why we saw this event is very important, to organize with the associations, to already give the UAS industry the message that we will want to work with you, with the associations, and we really expect you to tell us, are we in the right track? So this is the session of today. I invite all of you, please, to join the Slido session, also those online. And without further delay, to tell us what to, if we are in the right track, I invite to the podium the representative of those associations. So Jan-Erik Putze, who is the president and board of the Alliance for New Mobility, and he is the CEO of Dronic. Vincent de Broy, who is the director for civil aviation of AESD. Kevin Houston, who is the president of Drone Alliance Europe and is also from MANA, Drones Delivery. Kevin? Here you are. Koen de Vos, Secretary General of the Global UTM Associations, and Julie Garland, President of JEDA and founder and CEO of Aptram. Please join the floor, and I think it's Koen who will give the first presentation. No?
I thought it was alphabetical, and then the conversation.
Okay, then you guys organize yourself.
It was Jan-Erik first.
Jan-Erik.
Okay. We are organized.
I think now we have to see whose presentation is the first to be shown. And then we, well, this is that's not a presentation already. Let's see.
Yeah, let's do it.
Ah. Too quick. Yeah, thank you, Maria, for the quick introduction. And I only have 3 minutes, so I really have to speed up talking because we have the idea that everybody of us can introduce our associations within 3 minutes, and thereafter Koen presents, let's say, what we all more or less not really agreed on, but we think we have a common understanding of how we would like to proceed as organizations working for UAS in Europe. So my name is Jan-Erik Putze. I'm the president of AMI, or Alliance for New Mobility Europe. And I have the pleasure to present our, let's say, members. So we have we have actually a total of 18 members, and we are really healthily growing. And what do we actually stand for? And AMI as an association, I just call it AMI, it's actually a nicer word than Alliance for New Mobility. We understand not only urban air mobility, we understand air mobility, and this is actually the future of the complete, let's say, transportation of goods, people, and the complete infrastructure combined to support these, let's say, industries in developing their products and their developments in a right way. And we try to, I mean, as you see it on the Slido questions, Stephane had to answer. I mean, there are a lot of open questions currently around U-spaces and urban air mobilities and whichever is involved in these things. And we try to put them together, maybe also define solutions, how we can proceed with problems and with our members currently have, address that to EASA or any other stakeholders and try to find possible solutions. And for us, it's of course the aircraft and everything, or the eVTOL or the drone, whatever you might call it, everything which is involved. It's not only the drone itself; it is a complete system which is, let's say, involved in this infrastructure.
It is also, let's say, the vertiports, because you need to have, let's say, an infrastructure where you have to land or where you operate your drone. You have to talk about regulation. You have to see how we get the drones, let's say, in the air safely and combined with manned aviation. So this is actually what really drives us. And for us, we see that UAM or air mobility will represent, which is doing so already, the future of urban transportation. It's not only of people, it's transportation of course, people, of goods, and collecting data and transferring that data. This is actually what we see urban air mobility is, and I think we have a right to play there because, as you see, there are lots of open questions we have to solve, and I think this is the right way to address it. It's one more slide. Sorry if it works, I don't know. Otherwise, I stop. It's also good. Okay, so I mean, this is just briefly what we cover. I mean, I've just talking about that. So this is almost a complete, and I think my colleagues will almost say the same, because this is what we stand for. We try to put this, we give this an umbrella, give every organization a right to speak, and we collect this data. We discuss it also with our other associations and find solutions and address that. And I think this is the right way forward. And we still see ourselves as pioneers. So be with us, be pioneers, and make drones fly. Thank you.
Two times. Oh. Sorry. Okay. No, this is okay. I'll start maybe already. So just presenting ASD. Okay. Yeah, doesn't work. Otherwise, I do it without slides.
It's this side.
Okay. No, I just want to briefly introducing ASD. So ASD is the Aerospace Security and Defense Industry Association of Europe. We are the main association in Europe for the whole ecosystem of aerospace and defense companies. So the way our association is structured, we are a hybrid association. So on one hand, we include all the major aerospace and defense companies in Europe, so the big names in the industry. But we also include all the national associations, either for civil aeronautics or for defense, and sometimes they are combined. So through that, ASD represents around 3,000 companies in Europe. Obviously, not all these companies are involved in the new innovative air mobility subject, but many of them, they have some businesses active in that field. So that's just to briefly introduce ASD. I would like to use, however, the opportunity to pass a few messages. I think we had a lot of interesting discussions here today already. I think everybody agrees we need to focus on implementation, make this work. We need more harmonization. In that context, and here you see our members, I would like to say that we already had a good activity in Europe. 2.5 years ago, I was myself, with many other people, a member of the Drone Leaders Group in Europe, which produced the Drone Strategy 2.0. So I still have the report here with me. It's a report dated from April 2022. It includes a lot of very good and interesting recommendations. I think we have made a lot of progress on implementing some of those recommendations, but maybe in some fields we are still lagging behind. For example, the report mentions that more works need to be done on harmonization, and we have the issue of resources. So clearly, one message I would like to pass, maybe after 2.5 years, it's time for the Commission to reconvene this high-level group and to take stock. Where do we stand on the implementation of these recommendations? Where are we lagging behind? And what more do we need to do? I think it's timely because we will have a new Commission. We had the Draghi report. The Draghi report highlighted that Europe is very good on legislation, and we should continue to be good on that. Maybe we need some less legislation or smarter legislation. But we are lagging behind in going from an idea to a real business. And here we really have to do some more work in this field. There's a lot of very innovative companies. But if we want to be successful on the worldwide markets, we need to scale up to European level and from there to global level to sell businesses. So a key message I have is reconvene this group and start to look where are we lagging behind. The other point, which was mentioned as well, is the issue of resources. Certainly, EASA is suffering from a lack of resources. So as ASD, we support more resources for EASA. But at the same time, I would like to also have some caution. We cannot take resources away from the traditional aviation activities and deploy them on this activity, because that obviously would not help our own traditional business. So when we deploy more resources, they need to be new resources rather than taking away resources from other core activities. That's very important for us. Finally, we also have to make more progress on dual use. Our association, as I explained in the beginning, is including aerospace and defense companies. So all those companies have a defense angle and have a civil angle. I think one of the key recommendations of the high-level group was to do more on dual use. There has been a lot of work. It was mentioned this morning, the activity of EASA with EDA, but probably we can do more work on big flagship projects on a large cargo drone where more work needs to be done. So in a conclusion, I would like to say, I think we have done a good progress, but maybe we have to look where are we lagging behind and take a fresh look and take it from there. So reconvening the high-level group from the Commission would be maybe a good way forward to address that issue. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Kevin Houston from Drone Alliance Europe. This is not a big organization, but it is very focused on our members' needs. It's a coalition of leading technology companies, and we're focused, obviously, as the name says, in Europe only. We need to advocate this development of this UAS industry. That's why we're all here today. And again, the function of DAE is to promote that for our particular members. But please point out that we deal with a specific category only, and that's where our focus is. And again, the European market, to advance the commercial aspects of these. I'll speak later on about the importance of the commercial aspect and the viable business model. Obviously, like many of the other associations, harmonization and social acceptance is what we're about. What is important for our harmonization is that we get that harmonization that's going to happen to facilitate the commercial scaling up. Because if there isn't commercial scaling up in time, well, then the businesses that are members of Drone Alliance Europe don't have that future. In terms of societal acceptance, there is plenty of negative aspects that are portrayed, but we as an association need to get out there more to point out the advantages, the economic and social benefits of drones. And we know many of the members that you can see there have operations in place and can see those particular economic and social advantages. One more. Standardization, I don't need to dwell upon that. So are applications and the assessment of them. It's vital that it is standardized across the NAAs. I mentioned earlier on that we represent a specific category, but again, there is overlaps between the open and low risk specific categories. And again, we need to focus there as well to ensure proportionality. The word again crops up here, commercial. We need to support and promote those commercial opportunities, because without a doubt, without commercially viable options, well, then the industry will grind to a halt. There is benefits, and again, looking at the membership, we can quote the benefits of actual drone delivery operations taking place today. There is societal benefits, and we need to shout that from the rooftops even more. What Drone Alliance Europe does, it focuses. Many of the associations here are big organizations. We're not, but we're very focused on the needs of those members that are focused on commercial operations in the civil area. I'd like to make a call out to having these associations here today, and the engagement between us has been positive since it was brought about by EASA. So there's a big step forward there. And again, thanking EASA, I suppose in particular Natale, for bringing us together. Finally, if it does, got it. So I would everybody in this room is here today because we're part of the drone industry. But I would ask you to keep in mind, if there isn't a viable business opportunity behind what you're doing, well, then the longevity of what you're doing may grind to a halt. And from DAE's perspective, that's at the very core of what we promote. Thank you very much.
Good. I've been pushing a bit too enthusiastically. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to be back in another position. I wanted to present GoodMa by focusing on the climate in the context in which we operate. And we all have heard words like automation, digitalization, and many people, if you discuss them with people, everybody has his own understanding. And many people understand digitalization as, yeah, we are replacing some cogwheels in the existing framework, and that's the way we will systematically drive automation and work towards the future. Now, we are more in the camp where you see that all the cogwheels will be read and will be automated. We are heading towards a completely different world with completely different services, completely different markets, completely different business models, completely different aviation specificity and so on. So we have to question everything. And that's why we are gathering in GoodMa to make sure that our members don't miss this picture and in this context in which it is difficult, it is complex, and it's difficult to navigate and find the slot. As Kevin said, at the end of the day, you must find a sustainable business model to survive in this new world. So for GoodMa, for us, there are three things. First, these are global technologies and we are a global association. We span all the continents. We are still missing some members in Africa and South Africa, but we are working actively on these. We are also, these are emerging markets and represent the whole digital aviation system, ecosystem. So we have traditional aviation, new aviation, whatever you call it, including infrastructure. And above all, we have an open platform towards regulators. Regulators are part of a membership. And to that extent, we are unique. We don't represent specific interest. We present the whole ecosystem as such. We have regulators from Australia, from Switzerland, sitting here, from the FAA. We speak on behalf of the FAA colleagues. So we have to be careful and make sure that we speak on behalf of the whole community. And this also implies that what we produce is also impactful, because it has been the fruit of the collaboration of industry and regulators at a global level. And that's why the deliverables, the products that we have been producing are actually building blocks of the ecosystem. For instance, our USSP safety support assessment is being used as a support tool in the EASA certification. The USS data sharing agreement is being used by the FAA and by the industry in the Dallas, where the governance and the data exchange is actively being used. So that is, I think, the value what we're bringing in complement of what the colleagues are bringing. Thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon, Julie Garland. I'm the president of JEDA, the Joint European Drone Associations. JEDA is an association of associations. We have 22 national associations from 19 different European member states. And I would have, as a call to action, if you're not already part of your national association, please join. And if your national association is not part of JEDA, then please get them to come along and join JEDA. We are actively recruiting new member states and also associations from within member states that aren't currently members. That outreach then gives us a membership of over 4,000 members. Our office seat is in Brussels. We are part of the European Transparency Register, and we're recognised by the likes of EASA, Eurocontrol, the European Defence Agency, CESAR, the EUSCG, and then we participate with JARS and also recently with ICAO. We are an umbrella organisation for national associations. We provide a unified and united voice, but we represent across the industry. So it's going back to the slide previously where we look at the entire ecosystem that we have. So we represent operators, OEMs, service providers, training organizations, research facilities. And all of these vary massively in size, scale, and the risk profiles of the operations that they carry out. We also then serve as a point of contact for the European Commission, for EASA, for national and international aviation authorities, and also for professional organisations. We provide a very significant network within our own members, within the members within the associations who are members with us, and also within our competence groups, which I'll talk about a little bit more. And then we support then our own member associations with conferences and so on. Executive board, we're all here in the room. Myself as the president, we've got our two vice presidents, Filip and Vidmantas. Laurent is here as well, the treasurer, and then we have Stephane and Orly Joy as well as the secretary. And we also have Raoul, who's come in as our social secretary for particularly for this event. We've got three competence groups, and the first competence group we look at the implementation of the regulations across the different member states. We've just completed a survey. Filip is going to present that survey, the results of that survey up next, and it's very significant. We've had over 300 responses to the survey that we put out. Competence Group 2, then, we look at training, and we're liaising very closely with EASA on the training task force that exists within EASA, and we look at the programme and also organisations that are providing training. And the third competence group is Natale, and we look at the technical issues, and we're looking at really manufacturing, certification of aircraft, and also then really commenting on any of the consultations, so NPAs, MOCs, anything that's coming out from EASA and beyond from JARIS too. We recently signed an MOC, it means a Memorandum of Cooperation with EASA. And this is around trying to look towards just culture, implementing just culture within drone organisations, particularly with occurrence and incident reporting, and looking towards voluntary reporting of these so that we can make sure that we have a proportionate and what is the efficacy of the regulation that we currently have, is it proportional to the types of operations that are being carried out and to the risk associated with those, particularly in relation to accidents and incidents occurrences. It really affirms the political will of each party on both sides to really, for industry and regulators to be working hand in hand. We were delighted to be involved and to get to present here to you today and to be part of the IAM. We look forward to next year's bigger, better, growing all the time, and to the cooperation as well with all the other associations. So thanks for your time. And one more thing, we would like to see as many as we can at dinner tonight and Raoul has been organising it. The restaurant still has lots of spaces left. There's over 20 places left, so you can just phone them up and come along and have dinner with us later as well. Look forward to it. And Cohen is now going to present our joint presentation with regards to the next steps in the industry.
Thank you, Julie. Voila. It's my pleasure to represent the four other colleagues and speak on behalf of the Fire Association. And it's really a first step towards building a strong position together and getting more details and reaching out first, reaching more detailed positions between the association and then reaching out to regulators, EASA and the national regulators. So we would like to thank the EASA colleagues for reaching out to us, putting us all around the table and asking us to come up with a composition. And that's exactly what we did. A composition, it's not formally adopted, but these are 4 umbrella ideas, which you already have been hearing earlier this morning, and which we think we can really take as a structure to elaborate our future positions on. Because at the end of the day, we are in the same boat and we have to work and elaborate and frame the regulatory framework together. And we are ready also to make sure that the association and industry is ready to this dialogue. Good. As the first ideas from a promising process of consultation, you've heard them all together. So instead of conceiving rules and talking about rules, it's about, no, let's do it, let's try, let's build expertise and make these first steps. Digitalization, we already heard about it, and everybody has his own ideas. I just explained where GUTMA stands, and I think that the colleagues also think that we are riding a wave of intense automation and digitalization. Harmonization, we talk about at least no fragmentation in the European market, and simplification, I think there was also a strong plea addressed or expressed by several associations on that. Explaining those four notions on a little bit more in detail, implementation of the three rules, we really appreciate that Europe moved towards an operation-centric approach. And of course, now it's time to implement it. We have to also recognize that it is a complex issue. It is not easy, but it's not only imposing rights. We also, well, not only imposing obligation, we also want to see the rights. And where we would like to see the rights is to have the SOAR applications being processed in a reasonable amount of time. That these are concrete items which we can have under this heading. The right to become certified as a USSP or a CISP, and the right to operate in new spaces. Because like Kevin and the other associations already said, at the end of the day, we must find a sustainable business model in this new digital aviation world. Digitalization, it's all about automation, and there we also have to reach out, and that's why we appreciate the reaching out from EASA to the industry. We are dealing with automation on a daily basis in our companies. The CEAs are dealing with automation. They're also in their supervisory tasks. And to what extent could we develop some ways of facilitating our work together and try to come up with out-of-the-box solutions like pooling digital competencies or automation of approvals, which we might be see. And in a new world of more competition, we could facilitate also, for instance, the onboarding processes for certified operators and USSPs. Under harmonization, that was also a big goal to harmonize and at least create a European market that the companies, in order to give them a sustainable business model, make sure that there is the possibilities to scale, at least at the European level, preferably at the global level. And we should, at any price, try to avoid fragmentations. So there we already listed some items to work on. It was already highlighted in the previous presentations by Natale and Stephane, a more harmonized approach to SORA, streamlined certification, and use of international standards. And then simplification, some wanted to call it streamlining, but we went for simplification also. Europe was the first to move towards this operation-centric approach. And every first mover must take the risk. So where could we somewhere simplify? Where did we maybe regulate in a disproportionate way? These are open questions that we have to ask and make sure that the rules all represent the real risk of the operation. And that's a challenge, and I think these are honest questions that we have to ask ourselves and make sure that at the end of the day, we obtain all the objectives that we wanted to have and all those operations within the U-space space. Voila. I want to thank especially my colleagues for giving me the confidence to speak on behalf, and this is really a first step towards a more intensifying process. The colleagues already said what process we will start in the coming months, in the coming years, even to review the AMC GMs, to review the regulation, and we have to assume our responsibilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Koen and the rest of the associations. We go quickly to the slide to see if there is any questions from the audience and from the colleagues online for the associations. So I think, yeah, for the fees, one thing is the associations have a room upstairs in the first floor related to the fees. I think I invite them to talk to you directly for the fees of how is it work to be part of the association. Koen, can you comment on if and how U-space approach fits into global solutions that you say your members are looking for?
U-space, I like that term. It's a European brand. I know the origins of it, and it says that it is a digital system automating those services to allow the scalability of drones. And that's exactly what also the other regions are doing. And that's, if you look beyond the brand of U-space, I think it's all about facilitating BVLOS, more complex operations over longer distance. And that's exactly what UTM is doing. And that's why we see at the end of the day, if you look at what other regions are doing, for instance, in the US, where the FAA is overseeing the industry initiative in Dallas, Fort Worth, the North Texas site, you see several elements which are quite similar to what we try to do in the U-space context. Exactly the same. There you also have the collaboration between various UTM service providers, having to coordinate with each other when there are conflicting flight paths. And that's exactly what we have in our flight authorization process, exactly the same. So you see various elements where we can learn from each other. And at the end of the day, we will be seeing converging of the different systems more and more and more. This is our conviction, and that's why we also work not only at the regional level, but also at ICAO level to make sure that there is this global convergence of the UTM systems over the globe.
Thank you, Koen. Quickly, one more question. So again, on the question on the association plans to include more members, I invite the colleagues to approach Kevin in this case for Drone Alliance Europe. Perhaps we take the next question, although, so the rights all involve the CA and EASA being better resourced. Can you confirm this interpretation of your message? Andrew, may I invite you to clarify a bit what you mean?
Koen seems to be calling for your team to be stronger, Maria.
Yes, I agree.
And also, you keep asking for things to be done in a reasonable time by the civil aviation authorities. So can you confirm this is a major blockage and that it's your highest priority?
I can give an answer. I think it's both. Obviously, both needs to be resourced, but both are struggling in resources. I think it was mentioned by the Belgian DG Cornelis this morning as well. It's important that the regulators are focused on the high risk areas, and that is in this new area, but it's also in traditional aviation, because resources will be limited. But we need certainly to be equipped and look at that. How can we do that in the best way? And I think, Koen, in your presentation or collective presentation, we were already alluding to digitalization and smart ways to do oversight, because we will not be able to add thousands of manpower. That's not going to happen. Let's be realistic. Let's be focused and see what we need to make it happen.
Indeed, and that's why we have to also reflect on to what extent can we automate some oversight functions and how to deal with big data. It's all about exchange of big data, and to what extent do we then also have to look for other competencies within EASA? How many IT software engineers do you have in-house? I mean, industry is struggling with that. I guess that also CAs are struggling with that. And that's why, to what extent can we have to pool those scarce resources even more to make sure that we don't need 1,000 CA competent officials more, but more the right competencies at the right place.
We do need more resources. I couldn't agree more, but we also need the simplification of the processes from the application point of view, because if the application process was simpler, the regulators would be able to turn them around in a much shorter time. So that simplification is really a key message as part of that, as well as not just resources.
I just want to underline one more thing what Julie just said. I mean, we started out in the aviation having actually no customers. We had an idea, we did it, Then we had 10 customers, we had 100, and then regulation started. And then we had 1,000, we had 10,000, and the regulation get more and more complex. But what do we see in drones? Just the other way around. We have no customers, we have huge regulation we have to face. We're talking about business models, we're talking about revenues we have to all take. And I think this is actually what we really have to do. And then, Andrew, of course, we all need resources. It's not only EASA, but of course, we are happy that you are here and that we are here. But we all need to work on that. The simplification is the key. And we have to find a way how we really can define our own processes and regulations besides a safe environment. I'm not saying we don't need a safe environment, but we don't have to use the complex of 40 years of manned aviation in our drone, let's say, business. Let's develop our own standards, and then we can really, maybe we don't need any more resources, but I don't think so. It will still be complex, but maybe make it a little bit simpler. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan-Erik. One thing, to develop one rule, you need one person. To implement, you need 5, unfortunately. So we took it. You would like us to focus on implementation, on digitalization, on harmonization, and simplification, which doesn't necessarily mean less pages, but let's see what simplification means. I think we will discuss more about. Before we go to the coffee break, first, an applause for the associations. Their members will be continue in all workshops, and we will discuss this more over. But thank you very much for coming here. Before we go into the coffee break, I would like to invite you to listen to the survey from JEDA, from its members, on how is the status of the implementation. So data is very important by the Vice President of JEDA and the Secretary General. Please, in the Slido, change the room. Yes, that's it. Yeah. Change the room in case you want to have questions.
Okay. It's like this. Okay. Let's keep it short. Hello, everyone, on site and online. Hello, everyone. I would like to start with a few questions. How shall we give the floor to drone operators? Allow operators and all stakeholders to testify about their ongoing challenges in their companies? How could we know their difficulties and their expectation on the application of this famous European regulation? Of course, the event of today is an excellent place for this, and thanks to EASA and to all the fantastic EASA drone team. On JEDA side, the Joint European Drone Association, as Julie said, being the voice of operators is our primary role and objective. So we decided to contribute and to launch a survey collecting feedback from European drone operators. Within JEDA, we work in competence groups, and the competence group 1 was in charge of this feedback survey. I will present some of the results with Stephane Ristozov from Bulgaria, and myself, I am from France, of course. We will go through the following agenda. So why is this survey? Who responded? And then from the many comments, because we have had many comments, we have tried to identify essential issues of drone stakeholders, and we will share them with you. And finally, we will conclude with the post-survey, what to do next. So why this survey? As already said, the main goal of the survey was to collect the experience and the words of all drone stakeholders. On EASA side, as it was explained by Maria, collect the feedback from nearly 2 million operators and from 38 countries. It is quite a great challenge. So on JEDA side, we are trying to make our contribution by relying on the national association who are members of JEDA in order to be in contact with the final actors on the ground and collect feedback through the survey. So who responded? We have had 300 responses. And I think perhaps the most important point is what you can see on the top left. So it is the size of the structure who answered to this survey. 84% of the responding companies employ less than 50 people and 65% less than 10 people. So when we do the regulation and when we try to give tools to apply this regulation, we have to know that the user of this regulation are most of them very small companies. So not a lot of people. These companies, for these companies, it is quite difficult to mobilize one person on the, for example, complex authorization request because it is not directly productive. The other point concerning small structure are investment. And in the same small companies mobilizing investment, drones, for example, without using them and making them profitable quickly. And I have an example from last week, from a small company, they bought drones, 30,000 euros. It is a small company. And they, after started the authorization process, and 1 year after, they got the authorization, but no more money, so they closed their company. So the length of needed for authorization is, of course, very important for this small structure. At the bottom left, you have the different activities. You see also on the right at the top, the 300 answers which came from 25 countries. So we have quite a broad country representation. So, concerning the contribution, we have figures, but we have also a lot of comments because we have 250 respondents who left proposals and comments. So we started the process because the survey just stopped this week. But we have still some work to do. You see ourselves on the image working to study. So we are going today only to give you the first trends. And the first trends with the open category.
I can take it from here. Yeah, my name is Stephane Vaubourg. Thank you, Filip, for our introduction, and thank you, EASA, for giving us the opportunity to present. The official data says that there are actually 1.8 million registered operators at the EASA portal, 99% of them operating actually in the open category. And what I say about these people is that they're mostly hobbyists or prosumers. And the drone is just one of the many tools that they use in their daily activities and doing their businesses. They claim that they fly on average 25 hours per month, which I believe is an overestimate, and we try to accommodate this through a methodology that Armin proposed. And moving to the next slide. Yeah, here we go again, Filip.
So the title, yes, the title, Inconsistent Implementation Across Member States. This title may be a bit excessive, but nevertheless concerns certain situations. And we echo here the people who told us, for example, you can see, because for each point we gave you some survey quotes, so it is really coming from the base, from the operator and with the voice of the operator. Every country interprets regulation in their own manner and use this to restrict operation. So we don't say that it is always the case, but sometimes, because we have this contribution. So the challenges are inconsistent implementation, additional restriction, all this leading due to complexity and lack of enforcement to operators assuming the risk of breaking the rules. And many operators on the survey have stressed this point. All this is leading to unfair competition and falling service prices.
Yeah, just a note here. Actually, the regulation at the moment, as Filip just said, a lot of operators are willing to bypass certain processes and not to be compliant, which compromises safety that we all aim at. And another example that I have after a conversation with a Dutch colleague, he said, oh, I have look, then I have a competitive advantage to operate in your country and you don't. So we might have taken this on board. It's actually... So topic number, yeah, we extracted we wanted to highlight 3 topics with this survey. One of them is cost and complexity. And it's, most of the people feel that it's disproportionate to actual risk of the operations. So maybe a better communication to these people and explaining them that actually what the risks are might serve as well. Just as Filip gave the example with the company that went bankrupt while they're waiting for the authorization, these processes are time consuming. Actually, in the whole, during lunch, I heard that it took 1 year, 3 months in a member state to get such a permit. There was this comment in the results from the survey, SORA is killing the industry. I mean, I beg to differ. I know that there are people in the hall that work a lot on that document. I believe that it's not communicated properly. SORA is a language that both the applicant and the authorities should speak in order to have a better understanding of the processes, of the requirements. And if one of them is not speaking, I say one of them, because there are 2 for that, doesn't speak it properly, then it usually goes sideways. I believe that SORA should be applied more as a philosophy and sanity check to the operators. Again, a personal note on that. Sorry. Natale mentioned about the G zones. Some respondents said that they feel that these zones are actually quite excessive. Actually, we had an example for quite a while in Bulgaria that Basically, the airspace above villa of one of the Olivars was closed for operations. I mean, should that be the case, or I mean, it's country dependent, of course, but there should be like an agreement on the level of consideration that should be taken. And with this slide, actually, we tried to hit two birds with one stone. Again, some of the respondents said there's a limited geographical flexibility when applying SORA. I believe that this wasn't communicated with them. SORA allows you to operate in more locations just as you meet the same population density in the same environment that you operate in. And yeah, the second bird is actually on the STSs and PDRAs. A lot of national operators actually have pushed to the national authorities to have such things, and right now they don't. This goes extremely well to agricultural and swarming. And yeah, Filip, I hand over again to you.
So here you have the main trends. There is a flyer that perhaps you found on your chair, or we have some left. And on this, you can have the address to find the complete result, which will be on the website of JEDA, I think, next week. So now we are at the base camp. And we still have to work with the community, to work with EASA in order to, with these issues, to go to solution together. And we hope to reach this aim at the end of January 2025. So we will be within the timeline described by Natale before. Perhaps I will finish by a final quote. Just because we face a challenge, we don't see it. We see the regulation as something negative. Some of the regulatory challenges has put out organization at test and made it possible to get where we are today. So thanks to regulation. Thanks.
So in case you're planning to follow this session, so please take your seat. Otherwise, there is another technical session which is focused more on the technical changes to the drone design, which is taking place upstairs. There's a different panel running in parallel, and then we will be hosting the final session for today here once again. Welcome back from the coffee break. For those that don't know me, my name is Giuseppe Sconapiego. I am the acting section manager for the drone section. Together with my team, we are supporting the implementation and driving the implementation of the drone regulation. You have seen since this morning the large amount of activities on which we have been involved. Now we start with a with a new section of this of the event. So we move towards the so-called workshop sessions. Those are meant to be more interactive kind of sessions with the where we will start investigating one specific topic, and we will try to identify and discuss together possible solution to the specific topic that we are addressing, and to see how those could be implemented in the near future. So we start with from the open category, and this session will focus on the actually on finding some solutions on how to optimize the open category and how to make best use of the standard scenarios and the predefined risk assessment. For those that want to interact via Slido, so you can connect through the QR code. You need to select the specific room where this event, where you can post questions for this event. And I will now hand it over to my colleague, Justin Kirei, Drones Project Manager in my section, and he will be the moderator of this workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Giuseppe, and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being here, and for now, I will start presenting a little bit of administrative parts. And the first one is that I will ask for, when you are speaking, to be closer to the mic, because we had some issues that some of the discussions were not heard. So thank you for this. And also, please, again, check the Slido and be aware that you are on the panel for unlocking low-risk operations. Thank you for this. And now I will go to present our panelists for this discussion. So I will start with my colleague, Natale Di Rubbo, who is the EASA Project Manager for the open and specific category. Then I will present Damir Bezic. He is the head of the US Department in the Croatian Civil Aviation Agency. Julie Garland, who is the president of JEDA and also the CEO of Aftrain, and Armin Ambul from the CTO of Wingtra. So thank you so much for being here with me. So today we will discuss about the open and specific category, and we will try to promote what are the main challenges and how we can deal with these problems, and how can US operators fly safely their drones. So we propose to have a regulatory presentation, and we need to give additional guidance to operators and to show what are the best practices for them. And this will be applicable for the open and specific category, including STS and PDRAs. And then we will try to show how we are simplifying the process. And also Lino already presented the changes for the regulations today, and we will continue this discussion. So now I would like to present the main activity, and I would like first to ask Natale about the open and the open category, and I want to ask him about what are the specifications regarding the changes to a regulation when we want to have these provisions changed.
Thank you, Justin. So open category was developed considering that we wanted to have something simple, so something that could be easily understandable by the people that are without any kind of special skill, any kind of special training. As a matter of fact, normally we ask for a simple online training, and it was developed in a way that the operator would allow to buy the drone, then register as a drone operator, do the minimum training, and be allowed to operate without any verification from the competent authority. So this means that how can we ensure that the operation is safe without any kind of check? Can only be done if the requirements are very prescriptive. So this is why you can see that in the open category, it's very clear what you can do: only visual line of sight, only below 120 meters, and then using a drone that has a label with a class label from C0 to C4 that identify what are the limitations, the conditions where you can fly. Then there are some cases you can fly over people, only for small drones, up to 900 grams. Close to people, you know that it's up to 5 meters from people. However, you need to have, if you are higher, you need to have a distance from the people that is equal to your height. This is the A2 with a drone up to 4 kilos. When instead you are operating with a large drone, then large drone means that it's quite dangerous. So you need to fly always in an area that is far from people. This means that at least 150 meters from a residential or industrial or recreational or commercial area. So now, I know that we are going to discuss how we can improve the regulation in the open category, but we need to make sure that we consider a principle. So it needs to be simple to understand and need to be safe, because there is no verification from the competent authority. So now I think that we want also to do this comparison with the United States. That is something that we will discuss now to see how different they are compared to the American approach. But so the important is that simple to understand, and we don't introduce something that requires some special skill or some verification from the authority that we don't want in the open category.
Okay, thank you, Natale. So my next question, or continuing with the presentation about simplicity of the open category, I would like to ask Damir about the challenges that he thinks that the open category poses to authorities, and also what should be the main challenges for US operators.
Thank you very much. So the main challenges for a competent authority in this respect would be that as we see it today, it is quite possible to widen the open category rules and to enable more operations in the open category. Because, for example, if you have a drone which is heavier than 25 kilos, automatically it's in operations with such kind of drone fall under specific category. Whereas such a drone might be flying over, let's say, crops or field or treating agricultural surfaces. Meaning that actually such a drone does not pose any risks to anybody on the ground because the field is empty. Such drones also fly a very low height, 3 to 5 meters. So there is no real risk for other airspace users either. And that's why we see that there is a room for enabling such operations without going into specific category. Because if we consider the risk such operations pose, we don't see the justification of going through the administrative process of obtaining operational authorization. And for the operators, we all know that means writing an operations manual and special training for the remote pilots, record keeping, safety management, and so on. And for competent authority, a heavy administrative burden on something which really we don't see poses any significant risk in that respect. Also, likewise, we have, let's say, drones under 250 grams, which are operated in, let's say, unpopulated areas. But due to their size, they become BVLOS maybe at a distance of 50 meters. And now, just because of that fact, it goes into a specific category. And imagine, I mean, many people fly such drones, and obviously BVLOS. There are lots of amateurs, who, normal, simple people who would like to, take pictures of the nature or something like that. And they are supposed to go through the administrative process of obtaining operational authorization, which really is not justified for such a drone flying over, let's say, unpopulated areas.
Okay, so now having all this information presented and presenting the challenges, I would like to ask Julie and Armin to present us what they think from the industry's industry perspective, that are the challenges for the US operators in the open category?
So they're wide and varied. What I would say is that I concur totally. We've gone through what the challenges are. It's a case of how do we now alleviate those with regards to operators. Within the open category, we've restricted operations to only class identified drones. Within the open A3 category, we've dictated 150 meters, but we still can't fly any closer than that to people. And there's a real element there where if we're staying that far away, surely we should be able to fly somewhat closer to people within that category. We don't need to stay 150 meters away. It's also going to restrict the industry very significantly, where people have invested significantly in equipment that now they can't use. And they can't continue the operations unless they come into the specific category. So there's two elements to it. One is opening up the open category, but the other is really, really simplifying within the lower levels of risk within the specific category to allow for operations to take place, predefined risk assessments, simple operations manuals, not requiring an operations manual. I know the recently published latest operations manual is, I think from the LBA, is about 4 pages long. So this is, and the new PDRA that's just been published by Gyrus as well, which I would encourage everybody to look at and comment on as well, is looking at a new format for PDRAs. We can use PDRAs in a much more effective way for very simple operations. But if we capture more in the open category and then simplify the lower levels of risk within the specific category, we're moving towards where we need to be from an industry perspective.
Fully agree. Thank you very much for that. I just wanted to start with addressing a common misconception I've been hearing also this morning a couple of times, and that's I think we have to all think about here. The conception is essentially that the open category is for recreational users. That's not the case. I think we have, I think in this room particularly, we have an extreme bias of just not hearing from these stakeholders that are actually operating professionally in the open category. So I think that's a super important point, that a CAA does never get into touch with the professional operators or also the recreational ones in the open category. That's by design, right? So the people here usually represent the specific category, the more complex, the more future-looking aspects of drone operations, while there's a silent majority out there that is essentially saying everything else except open category, I don't even look at. Because for my business, I might be a construction foreman or an earthworks mover or whatever. I have no conception of what drone regulations even mean, and I don't intend to hire a person to go dig there. So essentially, it's by design, I want to buy a drone, it has to be open category. And I think that's why this is so important here to say the initial idea of the open category was to make things simple and was to enable really this mass adoption also in the professional segment of where this technology can add value. And it can add a lot of value. And that's why I think it's super interesting to look at this graph. Where we have ended up with, I think, good intentions and also a lot of good work is the opposite of simplicity in the open category. Like if you look at the right-hand side in the US and you look at the left-hand side and you see all of the different CE marks, and every CE mark comes with not only a requirement for the manufacturer to do a somewhat expensive process of going through notified bodies, but also for the operator to then have another pilot certificate to operate. And then if you then contrast these to the benefits of the buffers that are induced in C2, in C3, it just becomes very apparent why the vast majority of the commercial activities in the open category are in the sub 900 gram category. And there's really not many manufacturers active there because it's very, very dominated in that sense. And so what we're seeing as a result is that everything above 900 grams that could be easily operated in the open, as Damir also has indicated, is moved into specific, and there it's clogging the application backlogs of the CAAs. While in reality, we see in the US that there's no need for that sort of complexity. There is, in the US, there's this rule of not flying directly over people or moving vehicles in this case, and that actually allows a very simplistic way of operators to judge where they can actually fly. And these hugely complex 150-meter rule, for example, in the C3 is just not a topic, because that's one of the most frequent things I'm hearing from the customers that we're serving, that even that 150-meter with the whatever areas are defined after it, it's impossible for them to even understand where they can fly this drone. So they, in the buying process, they look at this, they say, oh, I don't understand what this 150-meter even means. I don't have a map where I can actually look it up, what it means. So what do? They actually don't buy the technology that would allow them to really scale their operations, that usually are a bit bigger drones than the sub 900 grams, and they go and buy the 900 grams drone. And that's just testament to that we're missing out on a lot of operations that could be open in terms of the risk profile, because we do have millions of operations in the US in the Part 107 category without any fatalities. And I think there should be kind of a major rethink of that, and thus also opening up of the application backlogs of the CAAs.
Thank you so much for your responses. So hearing everything regarding the open category and its challenges, as Julie said, more or less these operations are falling into the specific category. So I would like to start by asking Lino, what are the main challenges when we are speaking about rulemaking processes for the specific category, and especially the standard scenarios and PDRAs?
Yeah, thank you. So I hear that we should try to find a way to have additional operation in the open category, but then standard scenario maybe also an option, because so I think that we can come with some proposal on how to improve the open category. For example, maybe clarify better these 150 meter that are the limits for the A3. We then, I don't know, we can find either limited area where we can still comply with the principle that I said before. But in reality, the standard scenario was developed to consider operations that were exceeding the limits of the open category, but still making simple. Because still there are operations for which there is no request for naturalization from the competent authority. So you just need to declare that you comply with the additional requirements that are written in the regulation. And then the operator may start the operation. The only problem that we have with standard scenario, that is the same like the open category, that the requirements must be in the regulation. So in order to either modify the open category or to include a new standard scenario, we need to apply the full rulemaking process. That is first to develop a proposal, MPA, so what I mentioned before this morning, that we are going to do next year for the change to regulation 945 and 947. Public consultation, then we will publish a proposal that we call opinion to the Commission. The Commission will do their process, and then it takes 3-4 years. So this is the only problem. Now is the good time to introduce changes to improve the open category or to have a new standard scenario. So maybe we can consider what was proposed by Damir, maybe to think how we can call some expansion of the open category, some additional standard scenario. So we will be very happy to receive from you a proposal. And there is also a survey that is launched on the Slido where you can also propose some proposal for the standard scenario. If you click, I think on this also showing here where we have more differences between American system and the European system. So we can see that in reality, with drone between 250 and 900 grams, we are a little bit more permissive in Europe, but in the other above 900 grams, and as said by Armin, maybe we can see where we can improve. So we'll be very happy to receive proposal from you. This is the right moment to develop new standard scenario, but they will not arrive tomorrow. I think that maybe later we will discuss about the PDRA that is a simpler version of simplification.
So having all this said, now I would like to see the opinion from the industry, let's say, and to see the possibility on how US operators around member states or around Europe can be helped with by using the STSs or PDRAs, as Natale said.
Sure, and just to clarify, Natale, we can publish PDRA, can't we, as an AMC? It doesn't have to go into the regulation. So,
Yes.
yeah. So we have an opportunity to use the PDRA system, publish them as an AMC, and allow for the additional scenarios that we want to, and then develop over that period of time, allow operators to use them, come up with the scenarios, the standard scenarios that we actually want implemented into the regulation because of that long, lengthy process that we have to go through to have them adopted. I would question, and I put this out as well from an industry perspective and to the industry as well, is the industry ready for a purely declaratory approach where we've got quite a complex regulation where operators have to write an operations manual at the moment to apply under a PDRA that takes a long time to go through the process with a regulator. Are we ready to just take that away and say, okay, you don't have to do that. You just have that operations manual sitting on your shelf in your office. The only time that a regulator is going to look at it is when you're audited by that regulator after you have been operating for a period of time. So I would just ask the question, is the industry ready for a fully declaratory approach and for the ability to just make a declaration of compliance when the regulation is so complex around how to apply a PDRA effectively and how to write an operations manual for a PDRA. So we can standardize so much within the PDRA process, within the operations manual, and then all an operator has to do is fill in their few pages in order to actually be compliant. But at the moment, we leave so many avenues for non-compliance by an operator. It makes it extraordinarily difficult to be compliant with a PDRA. You know, we develop PDRA manuals and we're up to 100 and something pages now at this stage with additions on each time we go through a comment response or some other reason. And if you're an operator, you know, with a relatively simple drone operation, trying to apply a PDRA that's in a control ground area with a relatively small drone and you're controlling the ground area, why on earth do you need this, extraordinarily lengthy document that dictates how you're going to do everything from normal, abnormal, contingency procedures, so on. So I think that standardization, I know like EASA have published the operations manual, but there's still a lot of information that needs to be filled in by the operator that really for a PDRA is standard. And I think standardizing those would really make an impact in the industry under the PDRAs.
Just to add to that, I think we moved now very quickly to the PDRA STS topic, and I'm fine to also hear in the conversation, but I think there is a real chance here, especially for touching the basic regulations, and we look at this picture and there's a motivation to simplify things, to really go deep and look at particularly these buffers that are causing a lot of issues, but also some other operations related to farming, related to heavier drones, tethered operations, swarming operations. There's a lot of things that can be changed and can be addressed on this picture with very minor changes to the regulations. And I really like to hear what you said, that there's willingness to move in that direction. So everyone in the room here as well, I think we would really like that support as well, to really come to the table and think about solutions for it. And then only see PDRAs and STSs as an additional way to declog this pipeline. Because I really think we're leaving a lot of money on the table as an industry, and really also we're a startup, right? So kind of the speed here that you've been mentioning in terms of when STS might become a solution, that's a timeline that is very likely deadly for a lot of startups, right? Until any sort of change is going to happen there. So I think moving on the quickest pace possible to just fix a couple of the things that we might have misjudged a couple of years back is really crucial. And then going to the PDRA side of things, I agree, kind of there is a lot of opportunities also there to really make it easier once operators are at a certain maturity level that they do accept having to go through a type of approval process, then PDRAs might be a solution. But I think that's why I'm personally still not quite fully understanding of why the STS process is so rigid, essentially, because the appeal again of the STS process is from a, let's say, construction company again, or kind of small company not really understanding anything about drone rules, essentially. It's so appealing to be able to buy a product that has a certain stamp of approval from a manufacturer that is industry vetted or regulator vetted. And then I can go through some sort of a basic training and I get my certificate, and then it's a declaration that I go fly. I do not have to interact with CAAs, because the pure prospect of interacting with a CAA scares these people away, kind of. That's just the level of what they can use these drones for. And that's not because they don't want to comply with the rules, but because their business is not primarily flying drones, but they're interested in the data, and they could be doing business with the data coming from drones. But as soon as they have to open a 250-page document that is called easy access rules, they're just stopping right there. And that's just the way it is. And I think if we can find ways with a flexible approach like the STSs, that is not flexible for a manufacturer, but flexible for an operator, that then actually really understands, okay, this drone plus this training equals, with my signature here, I can actually fly. I would say the industry is ready for that, and we should really think, how can we go towards that direction at the quickest pace? And if we have to use PDRAs as a stepping stone, fine. But I would also, I don't know to who I have to address it, but ask EASA legal team to really think, why are STSs defined in the hard law, while we could define them potentially also in some other more flexible way, that we could update them in more frequent instances instead of 6 to 7 years.
So maybe I can answer that it's not a decision from EASA. So this was the principle that was provided by the European Commission Legal Service, where the open category is defined as an operation without any authorization. Specific category instead is defined as an authorization where an operation where an authorization is required before starting the operation. There is an exception in the specific category to the authorization, that are those operations that are called standard scenario, but being this an exception, only the regulation can identify which are those regulations, and it needs to be within the regulation itself, so in appendix. Instead, the predefined risk assessment are still operations where the authority will issue authorization. It's just that EASA can simplify the approach by already carrying out the risk assessment by itself. So we are just providing a simplified way to comply with the regulation without an exception. So this is why we can do by ourselves. Instead, the standard scenario is an exception that needs to be included as appendix to the regulation. So I think that's what we can have as a first action that maybe we can give to the group here, is that industry may provide a proposal on how to improve the open category. So considering the principle that I just explained, may provide also a proposal for a standard scenario. Yeah, however, this will be medium, long-term action, because as I said, this will become then effective in 3-4 years. While instead, we may work more on the PDRAs for a short-term solution.
Do I have one observation when I thought about this in preparation was essentially moving from PDRAs to standard scenarios. I wanted to ask you, think of an example where you have let's say an M2 medium declaration possible PDRA that you then move into a standard scenario. How do we avoid making something that has been declarative before, essentially, that then needs, if it's an STS, I guess it needs some sort of a C marking or something like that, that would then become a notified body process. So we have moved something that has been a declaration before, without notified body, without third-party validation involved, to STS. Maybe it's a very specific question, but one that didn't add up in my head.
No, but already today, drones C5 and C6, that are the drones that are used in the standard scenario, they don't require the use of notified body. For those, a declaration by the manufacturer is sufficient, because we already was done this consideration when we developed the first two standard scenarios. So also in the future, potentially when we develop new standard scenario, maybe the drone with class mark that we have today may be already sufficient, or maybe we may need to have an additional requirement, so have a new class mark, and we should use the same approach, that the declaration of compliance for the drone may be sufficient.
Okay, I'll definitely welcome that, yeah.
So having all this said and presenting all the challenges for the industry and also for rulemaking authority, I would like also to ask the Civil Aviation Authority about the challenges regarding the number of authorizations that they are receiving from US operators. and how they are dealing with all these challenges?
I am maybe not the right person to answer that question because, as you know, I am coming from Croatia, which is a small country, and everything is small in Croatia. Likewise, the aviation as well. Our aviation industry is not very big, and for the time being, we are managing quite good all these applications. However, I heard somewhere the information that some EU member states have like 15 to 20,000 operators in specific category. And I really wonder what is the process of authorizing such a large number of applications. And I think that there must be a huge workforce to accomplish such a task, and this is a really big challenge. We in Croatia we really do examine all the applications in a very detailed way. We try to establish compliance with each and every requirement from the rule or from the PDRA, if that is the case, and that we do by reading the operations manuals. So if that is the case in other EU member states and the operators are very happy with the timeline for authorization, then I would really like to know the system, because clearly we are doing something wrong. And I think that's the biggest challenge. Are we really standardized in European Union, and how do we conduct the process of authorization in member states? Because I really doubt that there is a single competent authority in the world who can manage 15 or 20,000 subjects in such a way that they can, establish the compliance with each and every requirement for a specific category and issue those operational authorization in sensible time frame.
I would be really curious, and maybe it's encouraging EASA to try to collect this data, but what fraction of this, I don't know how many thousand it is, I saw it's been 3,000 SORAs that have been granted on the IAM hub, so we're talking, let's say, low thousands of numbers, but what fraction of that is SAIL 1 and 2? And do they need, what is the number?
21 approval in SAIL 3.
Exactly. So I think the solution there is pretty obvious, right? Why do SAIL 1 and 2? And again, I don't know exactly the backlogs, but I would hazard a guess that 80% of those, they should never land on a table of a CAA because they're just very, very low risk operations. So that's it's not an organizational problem of improving the processes of CAAs and hiring more people to get through this. We have to fix the problem at the root cause. And part of it is right here, and we have an opportunity to make it better. So let's please stop just fighting the symptoms and start tackling the root causes.
So thank you. So I think that's you're right that we should reduce the amount of the workload on the authority. Now, if this operation should fall in the open category, or should be treated in a more efficient way in the specific category, maybe this will be the question. Because, as I said, the open category means that there is no verification of the authority. When there is a need for developing some procedures because there is some additional risk, I think that it will be good if the operation will be classified in the specific category. The operator is helped to develop proper procedures. And then also the bigger difference between open and specific is that operators in the specific category are subject to the oversight of the authority. So this means that the authority will do a check that will be risk-based, and then will go to visit the operator to check if the operations are conducted according to what was supposed to do. So maybe, I think that here the solution will be the PDRA. I think that we have a slide on what will be the new version of the PDRA. So I already mentioned that JARUS is working on developing a new PDRA format. And actually, yesterday, JARUS started the public consultation. So we are going to add here in the slides the link to the public consultation. There will be, I think, 1 month. I think Jörg is here in the room. It's 1 month consultation.
He's in the back.
Yeah, 18 November. So until 18 November, you can provide your comments. So what is the, without no extension, because so, yeah, please. Yeah. So need to try to provide, to receive the comments within 18 of November. So how this PDRA, new PDRA is organized. So you know that today we have a table with all the requirements, is a 20 pages table for each PDRA. And then still the operator needs to provide the operation manual. And the most complicated part is how to develop an operation manual that is good enough for the authority. So we decided the PDRA will be replaced, so the table that we have, with a document that will have just a short description. Then for those that already checked SORA 2.5, they know that in the Annex A, we have a form that is called A2. There is a summary of all operational limitations and to describe what are the conditions to fly under that scenario. And then there will be instruction on how to build the operation manual. The operation manual will be built with a basic operation manual that for us, I think that the basic operation manual will be what we have for the PDRA S01 that actually is already published on the EASA website. You can find there. And then there will be modules that are peculiar to the different operation. So then the PDRA will tell you, start from the basic operation manual and replace, for example, if you have the basic operation manual is for operation over control ground area, instead now you have an operation over specified area. So replace the chapter talking about the control ground area with the chapter that is instead talking about how to operate in an area that is populated. So replace all chapter are identified that will help you to build a proper operation manual. So then we will have modules already predefined where you need to only make small adaptation to your peculiarity. But really, I think it's also explained, highlight in yellow what you should change. But in reality, for the rest, you can use as it is. And then you can build your operation manual and you can make changes. Because we understood at this moment the reason why you are not using PDRA is because it's inflexible. As soon as you do the operation, it will be different from what is in the PDRA, then you need to go to the SORA. Instead here, you can just change the model that will fit your operation. So, and then at the end, there will be a compliance matrix already predefined, where there will be all the operational safety objective and the reference to the operation manual where you are providing the procedures that are satisfying the requirements that are in the operational safety objective. So here, being a means of compliance, we can develop new PDRA in months. Then we'll need to have your support to identify what you think is most useful. So let's start to those operations that for which you are doing a lot of operations. So then we can reduce your workload and the workload of the authority. So maybe this could be the right short-term solution.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to give the floor to our audience for questions and also to the Slido questions. So first, please, Jörg.
If I may, I'd like to add a couple of words to what Natale just said. The PDRA development is currently being organized by JARUS. What we do in JARUS is we work not only with the European countries, but also with a lot of countries from outside Europe on these new PDRAs. What we are doing, why this new consultation that Natale just mentioned is so important for all of us is this is not going to be about the content of this PDRA, just only about the new format. We are using an older PDRA, which was called STS-02 in the day, published in 2019 by JARUS and implemented by EASA as PDRA G02. We are simply transposing this PDRA into this new format, where we, instead of giving a list of requirements, we're giving a list of answers in a very simplified way. We basically provide an operations manual, and we focus less on being prescriptive on how to comply with the PDRA, but if you do this, you're in compliance. The important part is, once this consultation is through, we will update all the other PDRAs that we have in the JARUS portfolio. That's a total of 10 PDRAs that will all be transposed into this new format without a consultation. So we will directly do this afterwards. And then, we have a big set of PDRAs available, including ready to, or almost ready to go operations manuals for all of them. And that could bring us closer to the goal of lowering the workload for the simple cases. But it is a JARUS consultation because it extends beyond Europe. You might ask yourself, why is something under consultation by JARUS that's already on EASA's website? Because, there's some other countries that are also involved that are not part of the EASA system. So it's a more global approach. Just to hope this clarifies this thing, and this is why it's important thing. But please do us one favor. Don't comment, I don't like this PDRA, this is too constrained. It's not about the content of the PDRA, it's about the form it is presented in. We only consult on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Jörg. I just wanted to add, as an input also to this whole, I think the development direction is great, right? And I think this can definitely make a big dent. I would really advise also on the EASA side and on CAA side, think of this more holistically, essentially, because if the goal is to do PDRAs for the bigger masses here, then we need to something like a KPI that, okay, what's the time invest of a CAA if I get a PDRA that is in whatever, SAIL 1 and 2, or in these kind of lower risk categories, like I can spend a maximum of whatever, 10 minutes on it, something like that. What do we need to do such that this is possible, right? And then, I don't know, maybe you end up building more, whatever, digital tools around it, for example, that is simpler for the applicants to even understand in the first place, instead of sending them to the sad 250 pages document, which they will not read. So that I think is just an input on that side, like zoom out a bit and think about if we want to reach that goal, this part of defining it and putting paper out there to say this is the new process is only a small part of it. To actually reach the operators and then implement change also on the CAA level, there's more thoughts required on that end.
Okay, thank you so much. I see some raised hands.
Hello, my name is Vladislav. I'm representing MPIC, a little software company that serves more than 30 authorities worldwide, civil aviation authorities, to handle different domains, including drones. And I'm a drone guy at the company. So I actually, by chance, know problems of both industry and CAAs, because our software connects two worlds together. And for example, Croatian Aviation Authority is also our customer. I've also chatted in the floor with another our customer, Irish Aviation Authority. And interesting fact, we told so far we have a lot of applications for operation authorization and just handful of declarations for standard scenario, which is really strange because it's supposed to be the other way around. Very simple operation falls into open category. There should be a lot of them. A little bit less declarations, much more less operational authorizations, and really handful of looks. And strange stuff happens to STS and declarations. If we think that STS should be an easy workaround to the open category operation, which suddenly falls into specific category. And if you propose it as a easy way to overcome that problem, then I can at least one problem I have identified so far in standard scenarios declaration, which presented also in the operational authorization. It is mandatory for the submitter of application or submitter of declaration for STS to provide serial number of the small UAS, which in my opinion doesn't make any sense. Normally it should be enough to know the model and name of the manufacturer and model of the OAS. Why should you keep track of the serial numbers? That drives civil aviation authorities crazy. We have an example from real practice, Latvian Civil Aviation Authority, who had to process application for operational authorization where 50 drones of the same type has to be mentioned by 50 serial numbers because it's required in the regulation. And this is a forestry oversight company which use the same type of drone, 50 of them, to watch the forests. So why wouldn't we, to make it easier, just throw serial number for low risk operations for standard scenario, because it's presented in the STS, both and then in operational authorization. Why it is not enough just to keep track of type, because otherwise aviation authorities are forced to keep track of a life cycle of each small drone. We had to provide solution in our software to capture those drones. Industry from the other way around, from our side is forced every time when drone crashes or breaks, we have to, what shall we do? Submit another declaration with new serial number or send another application for revision of operational authorization and so on. So please, if you consider that feedback, and I remember in operational authorization, it was several, the story was developing like first serial number was in the regulation when it was dropped and then it returned back. So it seems that something was going on. You thought about it definitely, and at the end it returned. Thank you.
So I can answer to this question. Yes. Yeah. So thank you. Yeah. The request for the serial number has multiple sources, let's say, because in the drone regulation, we primarily focus on safety, but it's not only safety. We have also other requests from member states, and especially sometimes for security. So from a safety point of view, I agree with you. We don't need to have a serial number. But some member states, in some cases, they need to have a better view of what are the drones that are used, and they are requiring also the list of serial number. We are going in the changes to the means of compliance on the SORA 2.5, we are going to revise also the application form and the authorization form for the specific category to be in line with the new SORA 2.5. And we decide also to clarify that the serial number in the authorization form is not mandatory. So if some member states, they have some special needs driven by security, and they want to specify the serial number in the authorization form, it's their prerogative, they can do it, because security is under responsibility of the state. Otherwise, for safety reasons, serial number are not required, unless the drone will have a type certificate in the future, will be registered. But this for sale 5 and 6. Yeah, then we'll show the registration mark, exactly.
So if I can jump in as well, just on with the comment with regards to why the STSs aren't being used. I mean, you still, as an operator, you know, if you want to make a declaration, you still have to produce a manual, an operations manual internally. It may not be reviewed by the authority, but you still have to write that and have that available to you. So that's prohibited a lot of operators from going down the STS route. The other side is that operators already have their equipment. They've been operating for the last few years. They've been operating under the EASA regulation. For them to go to an STS, it requires either a C5 or a C6 drone, which may require them to upgrade their equipment and purchase new equipment. So therefore, people haven't been uptaking the STSs. There's also, with regards to the serial number, I would also say that we have remote IDs required. So we could link just the remote IDs and use the remote IDs instead of having a serial number, because it's directly linked to the operator registration. So we can just have remote IDs instead of serial numbers. Is just a suggestion on that. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I can say on the operation manual, because it's a very, very good point. What is an operation manual for? So the operation manual is the way you, as an operator, tell to your staff, especially to the remote pilot, how to conduct an operation safe. So this means that when there will be an accident, the first thing that we are going to check is how the operation was conducted. So was the operation conducted within the procedures approved by the operator? No. Then the pilot is personally responsible because he did not apply the procedures. Then yes, instead, the pilot applied the procedures, then the responsibility is on the operator that maybe the procedure were wrong, and then we will discuss how to improve the procedure. So this means that maybe what we can discuss is that the need for an operation manual, more than linked to the type of operation, may be linked when you are an organization where we employ multiple personnel, and we make sure that you explain to the personnel what are their duties through the operation manual. This is already clarified in the open category. As a matter of fact, in the open category is written that procedures are not required unless the complexity of the operator is higher. And then in this case, we don't call it by operation manual in the open category, but we require that written procedures are developed, just to make sure that the staff knows what to do. So maybe also here, this may be an area where we can try to improve, and also in the standard scenario, if you are just one pilot, and so one person organization, then I think we can simplify.
Okay, thank you so much. I will go to the slide though for the questions. So the first one.
Sorry, Justin. Here, I was waiting. It must be funny for the guy sitting behind me. Yeah, I'm trying to wave for the last 10 minutes or so. We were discussing or talking the question was backlogs with the civil aviations around Europe. Maarten Bonnema, Civil Aviation Authority of the Netherlands, and our backlog is about 100 on the category specific, and it is increasing, and it worries me a lot. That's why I want to introduce an idea that we just had a couple of weeks ago, a couple of months ago. We discussed it briefly, informally with EASA already. But it is very much linked to the idea of the modular approach with the operations manual. But why not extend that or expand that idea of modularity? Why do we need standard scenarios? Why do we need PDRAs? It's probably because of SORA being too complex. So the idea is, why not, for the lower sail levels, simplify SORA in such a way that the outcome becomes way more predictable. Now it's a black box. You know, we have operators they say they just tick some boxes and fill some what they think is the right way to phrase it, and they send in an application, and just they start working based on the comments that we give, you know, and that's not the way, you know, that keeps us busy, keeps them busy. So the idea is, why not look at a more predictable way of dealing with SORA in the lower sail levels, like, you know, still respecting SORA, but based on SORA, build a requirements engine. You put something in the parameters that describe the CONOPS, including those parameters that have an influence on the risk of the intended operation that are currently not covered by SORA, and the requirement engine gives you a set of requirements, you know, related to the human, you know, the knowledge of the pilot, the technical requirements, and the procedures, being the operations manual. So this is just an idea that we have, and, you know, let's see what comes from it. Let's discuss it.
Thank you, Maarten. René?
I hope you hear me. Thanks very much for the comment. That reminds me actually of the comment Armin just made. is actually fighting the symptoms again. So we now try to find ways to reduce the backlog, although we know those operators shouldn't sit in the Cell 2 category, for instance. And I really think that we need to concentrate on finding the right spot for the operators when they operate. When I have a 1 kilogram drone, I don't think it needs to sit in a Cell 2 operation. So what happens in Germany is, of course, they want to get rid of all the geozones permits. So that's why they choose a specific category. But guess what? They not end up in Cell 1 because that's not possible. They end up in Cell 2. And now you see what's happening. They are right in the open category, but since they move to specific, they jump actually 2 steps. And that's actually a pretty big problem. And for me, this means we should think how to make Cell 1 operations possible, because I think this is like 2 or 3% of the whole operational authorizations. And it's not meant to be that number. So I think really think about making Cell 1 operations possible. And the second ask for you is, whenever we make any changes or amendments, we should harmonize the transition between open and specific category. Because what happens is that a lot of operators jump from one world to the another and don't understand the requirements. Because in an open category, you can do flights within a city at 100 meters. In a specific category with the same drone, it's not possible. So, and this leads to the fact that people don't understand the whole thing, and there needs to be a harmonization and also fight the problems, not the symptoms. That's really my appel here.
Okay, thank you so much.
So I think that were all of very good inputs. The simplification SORA that was proposed by Martin, I think that we need to try to have something that is simplified for lower sale. And I think this is the purpose of this PDRA structure from JARUS. Because now, when we are developing models, these models, so first of all, now at this moment, all PDRA are still up to Cell 2, only because we are addressing the most operations that are happening today that are up to Cell 2. And these models may be used as a reference also for other operations. So you know that whenever you are doing an operation that is in a control ground area, then what you need to do is just to apply the procedures that are written in chapter X of the model for control ground area, for example. And so can be used as the reference. And then in addition, tomorrow morning, we will have a presentation on the Innovative Air Mobility Hub, where you will also be informed regarding a project to have what we call eSORA, electronic SORA. So the hub will allow operator to draw the operational volume within a map, and the map will include the information regarding geographical zones, regarding population density, the static one that I mentioned before. And then automatically will come out with the ground risk class. So this eSORA may provide then all the elements that then can be sent to the authority in order to receive the authorization. So we are trying to find this kind of simplification, because especially for the lower risk, I think that we can standardize. And so these two elements, the PDRA and the eSORA, is a way to standardize. And then for the second question, that was, now I forgot what was the second question actually. that was by René. What your point, René, was on the finding. So why between open category and specific category we have a difference? Yeah, we did an exercise when we developed SORA 2.5 to run through an operation that was slightly exceeding the open category, then is in the specific category, and we made some reduction in the SORA. Such matter of fact, you can see that when you have a very small drone, then you immediately are in Cell 1, for example. So we had some reduction to harmonize the two. Then a drone up to 1 kilo means that is C1, more or less. Then you can operate over people. So I don't expect that you should have a lot of operation in the specific category with a drone up to 1 kilo. So maybe what we can do together with you, we can try to develop some guidance of how to operate a drone up to 1 kilo and to see what really drive to go from the open category to the specific category. Because I think that maybe one of the problems that also we have is that still we are at the beginning between authorities and between operator. There may be a difference in the interpretation. So maybe develop something together with you that then we can publish on our guidelines, maybe of help of everybody.
Okay, so thank you so much. We are finished with our panel, so I would like to thank you so much for being here and having this discussion. So thank you, Natale, thank you, Julie, thank you, Armin, and thank you, Damir. So a round of applause for them.
So, good afternoon. Please take your seats or stand up as you wish, but I think it's time to introduce to Rachel Deschla, who is the Certification Director of EASA. And actually, she will be our new director as from the beginning of next year. And she will have the closing remarks for a very excellent day, I hope, for all of you. Rachel, thank you.
Now it works. Thank you very much, Maria. So I will try to keep it short because it has been a very long day, and we continue tomorrow. So yeah, I'm EASA Certification Director. So usually I'm used to deal with big airplanes, helicopters, etc. And the drone and eVTOL world is not new to me because our directorate is dealing with eVTOL certification, with drone certification. I must say we don't have too many of those projects yet, but we are looking forward to them. And in the meantime, we are actively involved in design verification reports with drone manufacturers and operators. And what I have seen over the past couple of years is clearly an increase of interest, an increase of workload for us on the design side, which is, I think, a positive sign also of the industry evolution. So back to what we had today as information, as very lively exchanges. I would first want to thank you very much for your active participation, to thank all the speakers, to thank the EASA team, which is behind the organization of the event. We still have one more day to go, but it has been a lot of work to organize. I think the agenda that we have put together is very intense, but is constructed in a way to allow your feedback, your participation, and also in a way which hopefully covers a lot of different topics, ranging from U-space to drone operation, from the open category to the certified category. I'm not going to summarize everything we heard today, but just maybe a few key takeaways that I took for myself. The first one is listening to our executive director and to the Commission and to CESAR. It is very clear that drones and innovative air mobility in general is and will remain a strategic priority for Europe. I think that's a very important message for us to hear, and also for EASA to understand that we need to keep that as an area of priority for safety, but also for helping the industry. We need to maintain, update, and continue to develop the framework we have put in place in a way that will help you and will continue enabling the industry. And there are lots of things that I've heard today that are pointing to the need for, well, areas where we are missing standards, where we're missing things, but also areas where we should aim at simplification. There are areas that we are discovering today with you, new operation, new types of drones, new technologies, and we will work here as we work in other domains, bringing new technologies in close cooperation with industry and member states to define the standards, the requirements that we need. But for what we have already in place, and especially all the things we have heard this afternoon on the open and specific category, on the U-space regulatory framework that we have in place here, we need to see really what is working and what is not working, and take the step to address what is not working. And we will do that successfully only with your input. So we need to find an efficient way also to engage together. This meeting is definitively a tool for that, but we need to find a way to engage efficiently with you, with the member states, we have groups, and with the industry to get the most important ideas to work on, what is priority to fix, and then to continue the work and defining the fixing solutions together with you. That would be, in a very short summary, my main takeaway from this day. Thank you very much again. Thanks to all the speakers. We see each other again tomorrow, and I hope you can enjoy a bit of the city tonight. Thanks a lot.